Okay, well, let's see. Th- This is a card that it'll either cheer people up or it'll upset them, but I have a feeling you're going to enjoy it because it's a good reading. The first card I have is the Wheel of Fortune, and that means the way things are for you now, you're at a time of change. Things are going to be
Yes,
changing. Now, of course, now that the next question always is it going to be good or bad change? And I can tell you it's going to be good
that's good.
because the next card is the Six of Swords. That is a card called Science. And in some decks, it shows a person getting from rough waters to calm waters through her own efforts. It's moving a boat. It's a person moving a little boat from rough water to calm water. So that you've been working on trying to make things better, and this shows me that you're going to succeed. The next card is the Fool. Now that doesn't mean you're a fool. That means that's the card that means the beloved of God. If there were any negative cards in this reading, that card would overturn them. So
Oh, wow.
it's going to be very good for you. Now, I need to ask a question. Are you
So,
doing anything new in terms of work?
yeah, actually, for years I've been in retail, kind of management, and I've been doing housekeeping work. So totally different.
Okay, because what I've got here is the Eight of Coins, and that is a card of a person who is doing something new in terms of work and money, and applies herself diligently to it and is very successful at it. That's why I asked you that question. So
Oh,
that's going to be very good for you this year. The Two of Cups here is a card that usually signifies a new relationship coming, or if you're in a relationship, the relationship you're in reaches a nice new level. So it's a very good sign. I'm seeing the year going to be very good for you. Money
that's
is.
good.
I've got the page. Look, I've got the Eight of Coins, the Page of Coins, and the Queen of Coins, and the King of Coins. This is money. Money is all over your year coming up.
Oh, finally.
Yeah, you're either going to rob a bank or you're doing well. So, by the way, bank robbery is an interesting crime because it's never been worth doing. I might add.
No.
Uh, I remember back in the 70s, the first time and this is going to sound peculiar, but the first time I looked into bank robbery, I saw that the average bank robber got like $400 and arrested. Now,
Oh, wow.
bank robbery, I don't know how much the average bank robber gets, but they have the highest death rate of any criminal activity. So I would have asked people to reconsider if they were going to go into bank robbery. And I shouldn't make little jokes about that, but yeah, it's not a good thing to do, you know.
No.
But
But it was a good joke, though.
thank you. I think I've mentioned this before, but when I was in my teens, I was actually offered a chance to join an organized crime family by
Oh, wow.
a very scary guy thought I would be good at it. And I have no idea why. And I thought it over. And I told him, and I'll never, this is like burned in my mind. I said, the thing is with organized crime, the hours appeal to me. The hours are good, but I don't like your retirement plan. And he just
That's
stared at
right.
me, and then he just started laughing and laughing and laughing. He said, "You're okay, kid," and I never heard from him again. So I think I handled that one right. I don't-
Yeah.
otherwise, otherwise I'd either be, in a Martin Scorsese movie or looking up at everybody from the bottom of the East River. I don't know, but in any case, this is going to be a very good year for you. Really, really good year. Now, let me tell you this: you have some kind of new ideas that you are kicking around in your head. Is that correct?
Yeah. I
Okay.
had one today, but I'm just kind of about starting maybe a cleaning business when I'm done going through some personal stuff.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you that because this is the Page of Swords, and swords are about mental activity, and the page is the appearance of something new. So that's telling me that you have a new idea and a new way of looking at things, and you're going to implement it. And the card after that is the World, which is the card of assured success. So I think you're on a good path here.
All right.
So you're going to have a pretty good next year, and it's laying the plans for what's going to come after that. I'm going to pull one more card for you. Yeah, look, see, this is
Okay.
good. This is the magician. You know, it's not just the fool. That's ultra positive, but the magician is even greater. This is that a person who can draw power down from the spiritual realm here and make it work. So you're a very gifted, powerful person, and you're putting all that to work, and it's going to work out well for you. That's what I see for next year.
That's good.
Okay. Does that help?
Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful. It's a great reading. Thanks for calling.
No problem. Thank you for everything.
Bye now. And let's shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot, the nonstop chatterbox who now and then reads cards for people. Joe in Anchorage, Alaska is next. Hi, Joe. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Joe in Anchorage, Alaska, you with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
How are you
beautiful.
tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great. Oh, good.
What can I look at for you?
Good. Well, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I've not had this kind of a reading before, so.
Well, what would you like to... Is there something you're interested in, or do you just want to see what direction the cards take us in?
Well, I was hoping to hear from the other side if I could.
Okay, I've done that. There are several cards in the deck that when I know that that's the intention, I'll shuffle the cards, and if I get one or more of those cards, then I know I'm on the right track. Obviously, one of the cards is the Death card, another is the High Priestess, which is the person who can see beyond the veil. And if I don't get those cards, I can shuffle them again, or I can just read it anyway and assume that it's a message from the other side. Because I never did that before. You said you've never done this? I never did these kind of readings until I came here and started doing it on Ask One Radio. It never occurred to me to even try. And I tried, and I usually get the same kind of reading, which is interesting. So let's see what we have here. Okay, I'll cut the cards now. And okay, there's the Death card. So we're going to assume that this will be a reading of the afterlife. That's fascinating. You see what I mean about the cards? I don't know how they do that. I've been reading cards since the 1980s, and I've long since given up trying to figure out how they work. So let's shuffle them up. Okay. The Knight of Cups is here. The Lover's here. These are emotional cards. There's somebody very close to you passed on, correct?
Correct. A few,
There's...
actually.
Well, let's see what we can find, who we can get into here, see if there's any kind of a message from it. Yeah, see, this is a card that I always get when I do these readings. These are two cards that I get all the time, and I'll tell you what they are. The Three of Swords is a card of great sadness. Great sadness. It shows a heart pierced with swords crying. Now, is that sad or is that sad, right? The next card... Now, I get that frequently here because there's so much sadness involved when people pass on. Or let's face it, die. You know, I know people shy away from that word, but there it is. The next card is the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism. And that's followed by the Four of Rods, which is a card of happiness and comfort and joy and a happy home. And now here's the card I get frequently with these readings. It's the Ten of Swords. It's somebody who was having a very, very rough time, and the bad times are over, is what that means. So the message that I get here is, we know that you feel close to us. We're very sad, too, that we're apart. But it's a hopeful time because the soul is growing. And that leads to the happiness of Four of Rods. And the Ten of Swords is about the suffering that this particular person, this particular entity went through is over. There was somebody who had a rough time before passing, correct?
Um, well, my father would have.
Yeah, see, but because that is a card. I mean, sometimes that card is confused as a card of death, but it's not, and it means that the troubles are over. Six of Rods is about success. So this is generally how these readings go. There's an acknowledgement that this person is close to you, the spirit that we've contacted. There's an acknowledgement of great pain and sadness, yours and the other person too. Then there's the card of hope. Then there's cards of happiness. There's a card of this cessation of pain. That's the main thing, followed by success. And here's one I get often too, which is the Ten of Cups, which is perfected happiness. So whoever is sending you this message, the message is very clear that there's sadness here because you're missed, and they know that they're missed, but they want you to know that they're doing okay, and they're growing, and they're happy. There's happiness there. The Four of Rods and the Ten of Cups are very happy cards. And they all come after the Three of Swords, which is the sad one, which is the sad event is the passing. And everything else after that is happy. That's almost always the way these readings go, by the way. So I'm going to chalk this up as genuine.
Wow.
If you go back to the Ask One Radio archives and listen to any of my shows, you're probably going to hear a similar reading. And this is the way the cards end up going, which is, we're sad, we miss you, we're doing well, though. So it's almost like saying, don't worry. So these are good.
Wow, great.
But the pain is there. There's still, whoever this is still misses you. Let's put it that way. Because of that pain is there, but they're growing. The pain is receding in this little plane. Let me see if I can find one more card that might help out, because this kind of stuff kind of sticks in my throat. I get a lump, you know. It's just. Yeah, this is the Six of Cups. Now that's a fascinating card for this. The Six of Cups is about memory of years gone by. It's a card of nostalgia. It's a card, you know, if we were doing a regular, say like romantic reading, it would refer to maybe somebody from your past coming back into your life. But in this case, we're talking about somebody who was in your life a long time and goes way back with you, and has warm feelings for you. That's the Six of Cups. If you can do a search online and see what the Six of Cups looks like in several decks, you'll see it shows two happy children holding each other. Generally, so this is the message I'm seeing, which is it's somebody from your past who you've known for a long time, who's very close to you, who is saddened by being away from you, but is growing as a spirit and is doing well, is in a happy place because the pain and suffering has stopped. Okay?
Okay.
That's
well, thank you.
I hope that helps. It's like I said, these kind of readings almost leave me speechless, you know, because
they're fascinating.
Yeah, and
it has been fascinating.
And it's not the kind of thing I ever thought of doing. You know, that's because it's funny that you said you've never had a reading like this. And until I started doing these shows, and it was several years into doing the show before somebody asked me about this. And I said, let's give it a shot, you know, because, hey, I'm game, right? And that's where I realized the first thing I got was, like, you know, the death card. And that's what happened here, too.
Wow.
One more card is the Nine of Coins. That's a person who is at peace and one with themselves. So that's the message I'm getting, is that the spirit feels whole. But there's still that sadness of being apart. So that's, you know, everything else is happy. Okay?
Well, great. Well, I understand that when spirits pass over, there's a time of learning, supposedly, and then, but there's also a great happiness of like being home, being whole.
Yes, and that's why I find, like I said, you can listen to all the other shows. If you pick one at random, you're probably going to hear another reading like this, and they generally follow that pattern, which is there's love, there's warmth, there's sadness, and then there's happiness. And the sadness, of course, is the separation. I'm personally kind of freaky about death. Like, I don't want to die in my sleep, for instance. You know what I mean? I want to know it's happening. You know, that's so. I'd like to experience it if at all possible, but I'm not quite ready for it now. And I've been very close to death several times in my life, and it's a very eerie feeling. And there's a history in my family that is odd. My mother once went to visit her mother in the hospital when her mother was dying. My grandmother was dying. And my grandmother started yelling at my mother and said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Why are you ignoring your father?" Well, this was in the mid-1970s, and my mother's father died in 1925. And her mother was saying, he's right there, and you're ignoring him. And, you know, this really shook my mother's mind. Now, I'm going to jump ahead, because not that many years ago, I think I may have told this story last week, in fact, so rather than, I'm repeating it, but I'll make it a little more brief, but I guess not everybody listens to every show. A few years back, I was in a cheap dive bar here in Hell's Kitchen, and there was a guy named Joe, and Joe would sit there and get drunk. And every once in a while, he would turn and say something to people that would alarm them. And one day, he turned and said something to me, and the bartender saw me and said, "Oh, Joe just told you something about your family, didn't he?" And I said, "Yes." I mean, Joe just said to me, and I didn't really know this guy, Joe. I mean, he was a guy who got drunk all the time. Said, "Your grandfather's very proud of the work you do." And I said, "Oh, yeah, which grandfather?" And he said, "The German one who used to be a publisher." At the time, my wife and I ran a newspaper, and he said he likes what you're doing with the newspaper. We had made a minor sensation. We were in the New York Times and on television because we had uncovered corruption in local government. So, and, you know, I said, I'm not even sure that my sister knew that my grandfather was our grandfather was the publisher of Vogue in Europe, the European Vogue. Like I said, he died in 25, so we never knew him. I mean, I'm not that old, you know. He died well before I was born. But you see, so I'm kind of, it's kind of spooky about this stuff. And a few times I have been at death's door, and not the least of which was in 2013 when the hospital gave me an infection after supposedly, you know, routine surgery. And next thing you know, I'm in a room with like 6 other people. Everybody died, and then they would be replaced. And there was a nurse there who went berserk. She started crying and said, "I didn't sign up for this." And I was the only one who lived through it, because it had been made clear to me that it wasn't time for me to go, which of course I was in a great deal of pain. So God knows I wouldn't have minded going at that point. But, you know, when the time comes, it comes. So I've been close. I've been around death. And to be able to do these readings, it kind of freaks me out a little bit. But I do them. And they follow this pattern. And I have to, you know, I have a jokey answer. When people say, "Do you believe in life after death?" I say, "Of course I do. Where do you think we are?" You know. But, you know, I don't know anymore. I'm wondering about it. I suppose there's so much evidence.
It's good to wonder.
Yeah.
And ponder, you know. It really truly is. That's how you grow too.
Yes. Yeah, that's,
you know,
and growth. Each growth is, in a way, each bit of growth we do is like a death of an older version of us, I suppose. And it's just,
yes.
You know, I have a lot of memories, by the way, which always confused my family. I have memories from things that I'm not supposed to have remembered. You know, like we would sit and watch movies on television when I was little, and if it took place like in the 1920s or something, and I would say, as a child, I would say that didn't happen that way, and it would freak them out. I have no idea how I knew what it was, but now the question is, this gets into Rupert Sheldrake, a great scientist who I've stuff about him at my webpage, magic-works.com, my website. That memory is outside of the brain. Memory is not in the brain. He believes that there's a morphic resonance, and that's where memory lies, and we just tap into that. You know, there's a lot to say in favor of that, because there's a lot of times we know things that we shouldn't know. It's like we're picking up somebody else's memories. So I'm just wondering where these come from. But the cards are a tool, and they show me the same thing so often that I believe me, I'm not a card manipulator. If I was, I'd be in Las Vegas instead of doing this. I have no idea why it keeps happening, but it happens. So, you know, that may be the subject of another book for me. I don't know. I might give it a shot. Well, I better run. I've got to take a couple of more calls here. Like I said, you know, I've been...
Okay, well, hey, Merry Christmas, and...
Thank you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Let's get to New York.
Yeah, from Alaska to New York. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. New Year's a good time for me because my birthday is a few days afterwards. So I get to celebrate a lot. You know. We're all shuffled up. And Purvi, right here in New York City, is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi. My pleasure. How are you tonight?
I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better.
Yourself?
Let's see. I'm doing okay. You know, I've missed so many shows because I was ill that I just chatter a lot now. So I'm trying to restrain myself, but it's so great to I get such a burst of energy from the radio audience and talking that, man, you know something, maybe I should have done the show while I was sick. It might have made me less sick. I don't know. So let's get right to your reading before I chew your ear off with the nonstop talk. How's that? What would you like to look at?
I would like to look at my love life.
Okay. Let's see if I can shuffle that up and see what we get. Interesting. Right now you're in a pause. There's a pause here. That's the Four of Swords. Four of Swords is like nothing much happening, really, you know, but you're going to enter a period.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this as delicately as I can. You're going to enter a period of great sensual delight, okay? Because that's the Nine of Cups.
A period of what?
Great sensual delights.
Okay.
I mean, all kinds of, enjoying all kinds of good pleasures, and I mean, it's a very good sign. I mean, there's only one warning, which is that people are going to be envious of you. You know, and you know that's not terrible, but it's just you're entering a period of great, almost luxury and exciting feelings and romance and you know it's I'm trying to keep this as decent as possible, and success. You know, it's going to be a very good period for you. I mean, you're going to go from a period of the Four of Swords, which is nothing happening really, just waiting for something to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to hear that because I feel like I've been waiting forever.
Well, according to this, you know, that waiting period may be coming to an end because there's a lot of, like, here's the Four of Rods, which is about happiness and joy, and there's the card of the Sun, which is health and growth and healing and happiness. It's a very bright time, you know, like the Four of Swords, the period of waiting is kind of dark, but there's a bright time coming for you. Now, here's something that's interesting. There's somebody who's interested in you, This is how I always interpret that card. The Four of Cups. It shows a person looking at three cups and doesn't notice a fourth cup off to the side, being handed out from a cloud, which means it's mysterious. Then that generally means there's somebody who's interested in you, but that person hasn't made these feelings known yet. So keep an eye out. There may be somebody around you who's just a little shy, but you see, now, here it is. Here's again the Ace of Cups. That's the beginning of romance, happiness, joy. All these cards show me that there's a period of great enjoyment and happiness coming your way shortly. Because I've got the Eight of Rods here, which means it's on the way. So this all comes after that card about waiting. So that waiting period is about to end. That's the way I look at it. I mean, these are all really good, happy, solid cards. And the thing is, there's a preponderance of cups, and cups are about the heart and emotions, and that should be good for you.
Well, I just have waited so long that I am seriously concerned about, fertility.
Yeah, well, let me see what I can show you. There's cards for that too, which is like, okay, this is a little bit of this is pushing it along. Okay, the Page of Cups is the same thing. The Page of Cups is the appearance. It's not theoretical. Like if it was the Knight of Cups, it would be a theoretical thing. The Page it's right here. It's down to earth. It's real. The Empress, believe it or not, that's the card I was hoping to find. The Empress is a card of fertility. Now, if you look at many tarot decks, you'll see it shows a woman surrounded by fruit and vegetables, and wheat. This is all about making things grow. It's a card of fertility. It's a card that a lot of people don't want to see, by the way. But you mentioned that, and there it is. Now, the Three of Cups is here, which is also a card. Cups again. All these cards are about romance and emotions and feelings. The Three of Cups indicates traditionally indicates in this kind of a reading that it's somebody you're going to meet through friends.
Oh, okay.
So, but keep an eye, because I'm sure that there's somebody around you who's interested and hasn't let you know yet. So,
my problem is I don't ever feel drawn to or interested in anyone. I feel like I'm not in a place where I'm allowed to grow.
What is stopping you, do you think?
No, I mean with the person.
Oh, okay. Well, it can be hit and miss. I mean, I was married once, and it didn't even last 2 years. Married again, and we're heading into 40 years now. So.
Oh, wow.
You keep trying. Either I've either developed a severe lack of curiosity, or we hit it off very well. So who knows? But. You see, now, here you go. The High Priestess is here. That's an interesting card. That shows that you're a person of deep intuition, feeling, spiritual depth. And I think that card then showing up now is telling me to let you know that you should trust your feelings. And don't, if you don't feel drawn, then you're not, right? So I just think that this, I'm almost speechless, because this next card is about what I was going to say. The next card fits in with what you want. The next card is the Ten of Cups. That's about happiness in a home, and it shows people with children, and everybody. It shows you're going to attain that. When the time comes, you'll attain it. Okay. But I think. Go ahead.
No, so you can finish.
No, the period of waiting is coming to an end. Is the way I see it. In fact,
it's interesting.
Yeah, I have the tower struck by lightning here, which means it could end fast. And now here's the star. The star is also another card of fertility. It's about hope and optimism, but it shows a little bird in a branch in a tree, and that is generally believed to be representative of the soul of the child about to be born. So there are 2 cards here showing fertility, and many cards showing happiness. It's coming your way. It's just taking longer than you want, obviously, but it's coming your way, okay?
Mm. Well, I think that it's interesting that you mentioned home, because that has been, it's a long story. I won't go into all the details, but that's been a very, like kind of the bane of my existence. Mm-hmm. I feel like it almost feels like my life is just survival mode. I'm surviving, and that's it.
Well, I see that changing. Do me a favor, because I've got to run, and I need to try to get in another call. But go to askoneradio.com tomorrow, or anytime after tomorrow, and listen to this call, and listen and picture the cards, because I'm telling you, this is what you're looking for is coming. Okay. I mean, I've got it right here again, which is the 10 of coins, which is all about that. Okay. The 10 of coins is about it. Okay, so I've got to run.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Bye now. And Julie in Apache Junction, Arizona is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi there.
Hi, Julie. Let's see if we can get you in here. We've got a few minutes left. What can I look at for you?
Relationship.
Okay. Let's shuffle them up. Oh boy. Are you married? Because if not, you're going to be.
Yes.
How's that?
I am.
You married?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
That's the first thing the cards, because it's kind of odd when there's a reading and they want to know about relationship, and I say, oh, you got a great relationship coming your way, and I find out the person's married. But the card I got is the Hierophant, which is a card of marriage, which tells me that you're in a relationship now, in a marriage. The Sun is here. That's a card of healing and health and growth. Have there been things that you had to work out in this marriage that have been like...
Somewhat, yes.
Yeah, well, this is telling me, and that's followed, by the way, by the 3 of Swords, which is a card of sadness. So what I'm getting is that there have been some problems in the marriage. There's a good chance it'll work out. The High Priestess is here, which I just had for the previous caller, which indicates a very spiritual and intuitive person. So you know what's going on. You feel it, and you should go with your feelings. But what I'm seeing is that your relationship is entering a new phase. The 6 of Swords is here. That's getting from where you are to where you want to be. You don't have to tell us what that phase is. Whatever, there's something you want, and you're going to go after it, and you're going to get it. That's the way I see it.
Awesome.
The 10 of Swords is here. The 10 of Swords means that the bad times are over. It looks to me like you're working your way through it. Whatever way this goes, it's going to be best for you. How's that?
Okay. Sounds good.
You see, the Death card is here, which doesn't mean you're going to die. It just means that the one phase of your life is coming to a close and another phase is beginning, which is why I say there's changes coming. And that's followed by the 6 of Swords, which tells me that the change that's coming is the change that you want. And it's a change that you actively want and are working toward. So whatever, like I said, you don't have to get too personal with everybody listening. But what I'm seeing here is you know what you want. You're working on getting it. Here's the 3 of Rods, which is waiting for results. And you're very spiritual, because that not just the High Priestess, but I have the Magician card here. And of course the Hierophant, which is the card that led me to believe that you were married, which was, that's also a spiritual thing. So there's a lot at work at play here. It's not a simple situation, but you're going to get what you want, and you're working at it, and it's showing up. Okay?
Awesome.
I will light a
Thank
candle.
you.
I'll light a white candle after the show to send you some positive energy. How's that?
That would be amazing.
Okay, I'll do that. I've got to run now.
Okay.
Hey,
Thank you for taking my call.
my pleasure. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
And folks, that's it. You've come to the end of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, year 11. We've just rounded off year 11, and we will be back next week with the beginning of year 12. I hope I sound like I'm a 12-year-old. I don't know what that means, but gosh, it's been so long since I've started doing this that I get edgy when I don't do it. And I get so much energy doing it, and I hope it comes across that I really enjoy our time together, or I wouldn't have been doing it all these years. Gosh, hey, Dave sent me a message here, said if the producer, if this was high school, I'd be a senior now. You see, I knew one day I'd be a senior. It's not like my Social Security check doesn't tell me that every dang month, I'm a crotchety old man. Jeepers creepers. I'm completely a senior, huh? I'm old, let's face it. I mean, I was born old. Let me put it that way. I mean, I'm old at heart. And like that's what I'm saying. I'm convinced I was here in the 1920s and the teens. One day I'll tell you how I was injured in World War I. Long before I was born this time around. But that, as they say, is for another day, and maybe even for another book. But until we meet again, I just want to remind you, my website is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And that has 103 or 4 pages of fascinating stuff. mojoacademy.org. There's a book there that will change your life. I seriously think you might want to consider one of those books there. There's loads of books about all kinds of esoteric subjects. You can even learn how to hypnotize people. So I got to get out of here in 8 seconds. So remember, what you are, I almost got that backwards, right? What you are is the universe's gift to you. What you become is your gift back to the universe. See you next week. Bye-bye now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Universal Mechanic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Good day, good morning, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're all well. I wonder how you all been. It's been a roller coaster of a ride. New year, 2024. We're halfway through January. And how are you feeling? How are you doing? How are your personal relationships? How are your career? How is your life? How do you feel within you? And I've always said all the way along that, you know, the power is within you and everything. The answers are always within you. Even when bad things happen to you, there's always a lesson. There's always a positive to learn. I, of all people, know that myself. But you brush yourself down, you get yourself back onto the saddle, and you get on with life. So how are we all doing? How is life starting to smooth out for you in the coming year? You understand? Are you still resolving and tying off a few loose ends of 2023? Or have you cut them? Have you healed? And are you ready to face what's coming for the rest of the year? Because the rest of the month is about that. It's about what's coming up. There's going to be opportunities. There's going to be chances that we can take that are going to come our way. You know, the first two weeks of January have been about the smoothing out the energy of the end of 2023 with the retrogrades and things going direct and everything. And it's going to be a smoother time, and we're going to be fast forwarded, especially till beginning of March or the end of March time, you know, especially with Jupiter being in direct at the moment. And it's going to catapult forward, and there's not many retrogrades going on at the moment that's going to pull us back. So, taking that all on board, taking the feeling, the energy about boosting us forward in our lives and where we're going and what we're doing. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? Focus. Turn your attention to what you wish. Think of your dreams, believe in them. Visualize that you're living them. Visualize that you're there. And you drift off to sleep. Dream. Pay attention to your dreams. Pay attention to your gut instinct and your intuition. So just take your time, assess who you are and where you are in your life. And then you'll find the things will just slowly end up coming your way. No matter what you do, as long as you're in the right energy, you'll feel free. You will go with the flow. You will feel the energy, and you will surrender to life and to spirit and hand that will and that narrative over to life, to spirit, to the higher being, to the higher power, however you see them. And you just get up each day, and you just see what the day takes you, and you go along with it. And the opportunities will come your way, and you grab them and you do them and you work diligently and hard, and you'll start to see the successes and the rewards, not just physically or materialistically, but mentally and emotionally. And I think we seem to forget that mental and emotional things in our lives take just as much hard work as what it does to get a mortgage or a home or a job and to survive in this world. And I think we need to spend a little bit more time on putting some hard work and learning who we are and learning how we can connect to others. Well, that's my opening rant, as I always have, and I think it's about time I went over to some callers and spoken to some people. And I got Priscilla in Ventura, California. Are you there, Priscilla?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, then, sweetheart.
Hello.
Sorry, darling, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you well. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Are you a spiritual lady? Do you practice in spiritualism, or is this just something that you believe in?
No, I do practice. I do practice in spiritualism. I do.
You do actually
Very
practice it well.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm just, as you said that, do you do rituals or mantras every morning and evening?
I don't actually. I know I probably should, but no, I don't.
Okay. Right. Can you understand about self-belief and believing in yourself? Because at the moment you feel really low in who you are as a person.
Yes.
And you understand about lack of self-confidence and lack of self-esteem.
Yes, I do.
Can you understand now why they're bringing up mantras that they want you to say each day that gives you positivity? And can I give you one that's really, really simple? And I guarantee you, if you do this every day for 7 days, after a week, you will feel better about yourself. And all it is,
Sure.
try this one. First thing in the morning, when you get up and you have to go to the toilet and, wake yourself up and all that, stand in front of the mirror before you do anything else and just look at yourself in the eye and say, I love you. And it's going to seem strange and you're going to feel embarrassed and you're going to feel awkward because you're not comfortable in your own energy. Learn to love who you are. So in the morning, do that. And then last thing at night, just as you go to the toilet and the bathroom before you go to bed, look at yourself in the mirror again and just say, I love you. And look at yourself square in the eye and feel the love you have for yourself. And do that in the morning and in the evening and every day for a week. And I guarantee you, after about a week, you'll start to feel different.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely doable. I'll definitely do that.
Try that, darling. Love who you are, Priscilla. Because I'm being told I've got a lovely lady with me. I've actually got a younger male with me as well. A younger male with like bleached blonde hair. But he's a real calming, lovely male man, a real loving man. It's like there's a lot of love for you. And I'm being shown they really want you to believe in yourself because you're such a beautiful and lovely lady. And I know that's a cliche and you think, I'm just saying that. That's what they're saying. This is all about self-belief for you. Yes, you've got things going on in your life that may have created or caused this, but the only way they're saying you're going to be able to build yourself up and stand on your own 2 feet again is for you to love who you are and become the person that you've always wanted to be.
Thank you.
Are you okay, Priscilla?
Yeah, I am.
I'm also being told, and I need to tell you this as well, everything that's going on around you at the moment, it's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Do you understand what I mean by that?
I do, but I don't.
Okay. Are you sitting there questioning whether you could have done things differently?
Of course, yes.
Yeah. They want you to stop that. There was nothing you could have done. Even if you would have done things differently, it still would have happened. So what they're saying is, you're in a period of time in your life where you're going to have time. Spirit are going to protect you. What that means is you're not going to really get any real hassles or things you need to deal with. Because what they're saying is you need some time to assess who you are and who you want to be. Learn to love who you are.
Okay.
They're showing me as well in the last week, it may have even been last night, but I'm being shown in the last week, you had some quiet moments on your own where you had some tears, and the lady that's with me said she was with you and you felt a tingling sensation, a warm tingling sensation at some point around you last week.
Oh, yeah. Well, yes, actually, yes.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about.
That was her saying, I'm with you, and she was trying to give you a hug and make you feel better.
Oh.
They're also saying they're more around you than I think you realise. Also, why do I keep referring, or someone keeps referring to the sugar bowl moving, or something to do with sugar keep moving?
The sugar?
Sorry?
You said the sugar?
something to do with sugar, either the sugar bowl or the sugar pot or something that you keep sugar in, it keeps moving, or there's something to do with sugar. They keep
I'm not
coming
sure
up with
about
the
that
word sugar. I don't know why. I don't know if it's something keeps moving, but they keep bringing up the word sugar.
I don't know. I have to think about that one.
Please have a think about that one. I get the impression that either a sugar bowl or a pot or something that you keep sugar in, a container or something, keeps moving. Right. Who's in spirit that had the sweet tooth?
Who's in spirit that what?
Who's in spirit that has the sweet tooth, that adores sugary things?
Oh, my grandparents.
Okay. Right. Keep an eye out on the sugar container. That will move. It's almost like it's their way of saying they're around you.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense because they definitely were.
You can understand where I'm going with it now. Right. Okay. You can understand it. The sugar reference and everything else. Okay, that's cool. That's their way of letting you know they're around you. Okay?
Okay.
2 seconds. Right. Would you understand that you're trying to do something or plan something that will bring you some money come February, March time?
Yes.
Well, it will happen, okay?
Okay.
Whatever it is you're planning, whatever it is you're doing, some money is coming your way in February. And I believe I'm getting the word income. I believe it'll be money that you'll be able to repeat again, if that makes sense. So I don't know if it's a new job or you're starting a new business or something, but I do feel that there is money coming your way as from February onwards.
Okay, that's good. I mean, there is some, I have been,
okay.
There's something I was starting to do, so that makes sense. And I hope that does go through.
Good. Well, there is something coming your way February time, okay? And all that.
Okay.
Right. Who lived out in the country or was on a farm? Because I'm seeing like a red barn. I'm seeing open green fields with white picket fencing and all that. Why am I seeing like to me, excuse my ignorance, I'm from the UK, I'm in England. So it looks like an Iowa farmstead or something to me. That's what it looks like. Why am I seeing something like that?
That could be a couple different things, but
well, I'm seeing animals. Well,
an animal?
I am seeing animals around as well. Farm animals of some kind. So I do feel that there are animals here as well.
Okay.
I'm sitting right there. I do feel it's a memory link. Who would you know that you can link to that image that I'm getting of the Iowa farmstead type thing with the red wood barn type thing and all that and the white picket fencing? Who would you link to that used to wear dungarees?
What are dungarees?
Oh, right, sorry. They're denim, I don't know what you call them, but they're denim, they're jeans, but they're denim jeans, but dungarees, they come over the top and overalls type thing. And you get
overalls. Okay.
hooks on here, you got that square bit. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. I mean, my grandparents are those people I can think of because my grandma was the color red, like red barn, red house.
That's fine.
Yes.
Your grandparents link there. No, that's fine. So it's definitely your grandparents there, and your grandparents are definitely around. Just 2 seconds. Would you understand that they're saying to me that they're extremely proud of you, sweetheart, for something you've done on a moralistic level? You sacrifice something about yourself on a moral level for somebody else. And they're saying they're extremely proud of you for that, for being the person that you are.
Yeah. I think I know what they're talking about too.
Yeah, they want you to take some pride in that, but not in a negative way, but they want you to show you that you have that good heart, that you are a good person.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome, sweetheart. Please stay in touch. Let me know how you get on. All right, darling?
Okay, thank you.
You're more than welcome, darling. You look after yourself.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
And by the way, Priscilla, you got a wonderful name. I love that name, Priscilla. It's a beautiful name.
Thank you.
Priscilla, Queen of the Desert.
Or, yeah, that too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the movie.
Exactly. But smile, darling. Bring some enjoyment, bring some positivity. Dance like nobody's watching and sing like nobody's listening, and be you.
Okay.
Yeah?
I can definitely do that.
Do you do Spanish dancing? Do you do like flamenco dancing or something?
No, I don't. I'd like to, but I don't.
I'm seeing someone do like the Paso Doble, you know, with all the old clapping and all that and doing all that sort of stuff, you know. So I'm seeing that. So maybe take some dance lessons, but basically start enjoying life, darling. Start to find the joy in life.
Thank you. I will definitely take that in consideration. I will probably need to start doing that.
But keep going ahead with what's going on with what's going to happen in February. So keep pushing that, because that will happen.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries, darling. You take care. You look after yourself, sweetheart.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
You're welcome. No problem. Thank you ever so much for calling in. And like I say, stay in touch. Just let me know how you're going. But on the other line, I've got Elisa in Brooklyn, New York. Alyssa, sorry.
Hi.
Alyssa. How you doing, Alyssa? I do apologise.
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm well, darling. Are you a spiritual lady?
Yes, I am.
You do tarots, don't you?
No, I do not.
Oh, you don't? Then why am I getting tarot cards all around you at the moment?
I'm not sure. Maybe I should start?
Maybe. Well, if you're not sure and you don't know what it is, you need to just bear that in mind, because I feel that you know, tarot cards in some way are going to come up into your future, whether you do them or someone's going to give you a tarot reading. But I'm also being shown, right, would you understand, because although I'm seeing tarot, I'm seeing colour purple as well, would you understand that your psychic ability is increasing?
I have been following my intuition more, and I do feel like it is getting stronger the more I listen.
Right. So what you're saying is you started on a path of spiritual development.
Yes.
Yeah. You're going to end up with tarots. Trust me. Get yourself a tarot pack. Usually your first pack should be bought by somebody else who gifts them to you. So a pack of tarot cards are going to come your way. Someone, somehow, some way is going to hand you a pack of tarots in the next month or two, right? Take that as a sign. You know, this is what they want you to do, and start going down the thing. But what you're going through at the moment is you're being awakened, you're being tuned up. And I bet you're going to say yes to this, that you've been getting ringing in your ears recently.
I don't really, actually one time, yes, recently.
Yeah, there you go. Right. I was going to say, I know for a fact you had. But that's part of the devil. When you start waking up and they start tuning into you, or you start tuning into them, and you start becoming aware and listening to your intuition, your gut instinct, your silent voice, as you call, because that's the first voice everyone should listen to, is your intuition. That's your soul. That sits in the pit of your stomach. That's where we get intuition, gut feeling, all those sort of sayings from, you know, because that's your soul. People say, how do you connect to spirit? I don't connect to spirit. I connect to me. I am spirit. You are spirit. We all are spirit. And it's almost like doors are opening to you in that sort of way. You're starting to understand things. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. You're also starting to understand and make sense how you can connect that with your intuition, your gut feeling, and how it affects your everyday life. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You're also starting to understand when you're around people, whether it's work, family, friends, or even strangers, you're starting to understand that you're picking up their energy. Does that make sense?
Totally.
You're right. You also understand Well, you got to understand, this is a tip for you, okay, from me, just to give you heads up. When you pick up other people's energy, when you walk away from them, if you're still feeling the same as you did when you were around them, it means you're taking their energy with you. You need to let that go and go back to your own energy. So if you're around someone who's sad and sorrow and a bit depressed or whatever, and you walk away feeling a bit down and depressed and things like that, you've picked up their energy. So if you walk away feeling down and depressed, don't think it's you. You need to sort of release that, as it were, just close your eyes for a split second and just see yourself as a ball of light, and it'll push that out and you'll feel like yourself again. Okay, so be aware of that. You will pick up lots of people's energies everywhere you're going as you're opening up. But this is part of the process. Right. This is part of the process. You will learn that some energies will affect you, some won't, things like that. And the ones that affect you when you have to close down, when you have to open up, this is all part of the process. Yeah. It's no different than you going to college and learning how to be an electrician or an accountant or anything. You have to learn what you have to do. This is the same thing with spiritualism, with energy, however you like to see it. You're being opened up. You're experiencing all these things, and they can cause you disruption in your personal life if you allow them. Although I will say that hearing you and listening to your voice, you feel like you have a confidence, you feel like you have an understanding, you actually know your own mind a little bit to a certain extent, and you're understanding that these feelings and thoughts and images and sounds and everything that you're experiencing at the moment is all part of an awakening process. But just be aware that some of that awakening process can interfere with your normal everyday life. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Right. You've got a question about spirituality or about it all, haven't you?
About spirituality, I'm just
let me rephrase it.
Going with the wind.
Let me rephrase it. What's the question you would like to ask in this moment right now? Because I feel you have a question, or spirits let me know you have a question.
Oh, I did. I do have a question. It's more about, it's not really spirituality. It's more focused on, I guess, my love life.
Okay. So just as you said love life, I got a tug on my heartstrings and all that when I was talking. I do feel an emotion. Right. Okay, I get it now. Trust your gut intuition. You're not wrong. Okay? Do you understand what I mean by that?
No, I do not.
Right, there's something you're questioning in your head about your love life. Yes?
Oh, well, I just met somebody. I just wanted to see if it was worth investing.
Right, and 2 seconds. Don't tell me any more than that. And I'm going to go back to what you said you do and what spirit want you to do. Trust your gut instinct. So how does it feel to you at this moment? Does it feel right? Have you sat down and closed your eyes, taken some deep breaths and turned your focus and attention to your stomach and asked yourself the question?
Yes, I have.
Right, and then what's the answer? Why?
I feel it's right.
There you go. So what are you asking me?
I don't know. I'm learning to just go with my instinct and not look for confirmation, I suppose.
This is where self-belief in you. Now, you've got to look at it like this, darling. You go for it, right? You're going to do one or two things. It'll either be great and it'll be everything you ever wanted, or it'll go the opposite way. Either way, you're going to get something out of it. Now, if it feels right to you and it feels good to you, then there's something telling you should go down that road. So trust and believe in yourself. And I don't mean up in here. I don't mean in your mind or even in your heart. Don't think, I want this, I want this, I want this, and make yourself blind. Look at it as in...
Right.
Look at him as in how it feels to you. Does it feel right? Do they feel right? Is he the right character for you? Not necessarily are you right for him, but is he right for you as well? Or they, whoever they are. But also look at yourself. Am I right for him as well? You've got to look at it on the pragmatic route as well, not just love and all that. That's wonderful. That will come. But have you considered a friendship with him first? And I don't mean just be friends. I mean have a relationship, but learn how to be friends as well.
Yes, definitely. I thought about that.
There you go. So trust your gut instinct. Trust in your own beliefs, what your stomach tells you, what your soul, that silent voice says to you. You already know the answers. But again, this is where our lives, our experiences create traumas, triggers, barriers, resistance, whatever. So past relationships, you're going to feel nervous. You're going to doubt your own questions. But that's where you sit and you connect your own soul, and you ask yourself what's right, what's wrong, and they'll give you the right answer.
That does make sense.
So again, I think similarly to the lady before you, trust in you, darling. Believe in you, have some self-esteem, have some self-confidence, and know your worth. That doesn't mean to say go out and be horrible to others, because that's not who you are and that's not what I'm talking about. But know your worth, stick to your boundaries, respect your own boundaries as well as respecting others. We always do that as well. We respect other people's boundaries, but we forget to respect our own. So respect your boundaries. And as you go along, you'll know if this is right or if this is wrong. You'll know. There's just that gut feeling, that feeling that just it's right or there's something not right. And if you get the feeling that there's something not right, then confront it, deal with it, work through it. Don't hide it and then wait a year later when it's suddenly a massive problem for you.
Right.
So be open, be you. Don't allow your past experiences to cloud your vision for the future. Don't be blinded. Don't think that you've got to change everything about you to fit somebody else in. If they like you, they will like you for you.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely.
Alicia, who's the gentleman in spirit that used to work on trucks or engines or cars or something like that, but someone who used to work with fixing stuff?
Someone who used to work with fixing stuff. My uncle, DJ Carlos.
Okay. I do feel that there's a gentleman around you a lot. He's got a soft spot for you, really quite liked you or whatever, but he's coming through and he's saying you need to believe in you and just be you.
Right. That would be my uncle, Carlos.
Okay, darling. I'm going to have to cut it short, darling, because my end of my show's just coming up, and I do apologise. But he was the man that was connected to me, that was telling me to say these things to you and everything else. But no, he's around you, and he just wants you to be you. So thank you ever so much, Elisa, for calling in, and I hope everything goes well for you. But thank you for everyone tonight. Again, just be yourselves, guys. You know, be honest and true. Because it doesn't matter how much we twist reality or how much we make something that it isn't what it truly is, it will eventually come out and it will cause problems in the meantime. So be truthful from the beginning, no matter how painful or hard it is, because if you're true, you'll be true of heart. And if you're true of heart, you'll always show love and light. I love you all. Take care. Till next week. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi, how are you, everyone? It's Eleanor Grace here, and I'm here in London in the United Kingdom. So let's get going with today's show. It's wonderful to be with you, and especially now that we're fully into New Year 2024, and we're able to look forward to lots and lots of personal predictions in your psychic readings here on A1R Psychic Radio and, of course, Moonstruck TV. So today I'm going to be using my Iranian cards. These are lovely Victorian cards depicting lots and lots of images of olden times. But, you know, life never changes, whether we're in different centuries, we're human beings and we're still going through the same problems and the same issues. And of course, we want to know that we've got some helping hands around us, that we want to know exactly where our spirit guides are and who we can call on at times that we need our faith to be reinstored into humanity. Well, what a time to do that. So I'm looking forward to doing some free readings for you today. And also you can get a hold of me for email readings, which is one of my new features, as well as live psychic readings by Skype or on WhatsApp video, whatever you prefer. And that's through my website, which is GraceDestiny.com. You can book online for your readings, and that will be personal, like it is now, one-to-one with me, Eleanor Grace, for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, however long you want. And we can look into those prominent details that are coming up in your cards with clairvoyance, and we'll be using as well the crystal ball. Now, I have got this one here. It looks very, very dark at the moment, but I will illuminate it shortly because this one is amethyst. And we do have a very, very special Cindy in London, Ontario. Oh, hello, Cindy in London, Ontario, Canada. Hello, how are you? I'm just about
I'm wonderful.
Oh, good. I was just about to show everybody my citrine and quartz crystal ball, which I'll also be using, and you came through straight away. So I think this one in particular is for you, Cindy. So let's have a look into your crystal ball, shall we? Now, first of all, I'd like to indicate here that you've got some inclusions. It's a bit like a gemstone. We look for the inclusions, and that gives us clarity, and it gives us a sense of prosperity, and that's certainly what is coming through for you this year, Cindy. So I think it's a very prosperous time. You're laying down some particular seeds that are going to grow at the moment. So I can see you planting some ideas, putting down some roots as well. So there's likely to be a house move for you where you're planting down a sort of firm base that you need to have, that you want to have, that you've been possibly aspiring to have for some time. So this is a year for you where some of your dreams will actually come true. And you can see here that we've got lots and lots of different speckles of prosperity. This is the citrine here in your crystal ball. And these speckles of prosperity mean that you've got sort of influx of cash or assets or real sense of being wealthier. Now, wealth can come in several ways. It can be in your health and well-being, which is totally important, or it can be in family matters that you've reached a point where you're happier within yourself and that you've resolved some issues that perhaps have been going on for a long time. I do feel that with you, Cindy, that there's been, I don't know, gremlins in your past where it's not just you, it's other members of your family, perhaps arguments, difficulties over money, I think, and possibly wills and inheritances as well. This seems to go back a long way. And I do feel that that's coming to an end, that any of those sort of long-held grudges do seem to diminish at this point. You know, we're getting a sense of everything being much, much more on a level playing field with you, Cindy. And I think that this is going to be coming across in all of those different aspects of your life. So the main one is prosperity. You want to have more funds, more access to money, more savings, more income generally, but remember that this level of prosperity extends across to family members getting on better, and you also feeling as though you can restart, that you can refresh, you can put roots down somewhere special, somewhere for you that you wanted and have wanted to have for a long time. So, Cindy, is this true? Is this where you're wanting to place your energy in this coming year, in like this big refresh and restart for you? Is that what you're thinking about?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You were
Okay.
dead on.
Good. I'm glad about that. This is what we do. We do hope that we get it right. So that's pleased me no end. So this move then, let's look at where you're putting down those roots. Have you thought of somewhere yet? Or is this, going to magically appear in your life? Because it might. This sort of thing does happen. So if you're thinking of somewhere and if you haven't actually put that down yet in, sort of a plan, then you need to draw it to you in drawing this situation to you, making it closer and closer and closer as you go forward. So doing a small meditation, thinking about where your ideal place would be, where your location is, what you want your home to look like, and the energy that surrounds it, and the location being, exactly what you might like. So that might be the seaside, or it might be a, rural community. It might be somewhere sort of very expensive, or exclusive. So these are the things that you need to sort of pop into a funnel. Imagine that there's a funnel, you probably all these words in to the top, and let's see what comes down, Cindy, because I feel that you need to do that. You need to be quite selective and not just have this grand idea, but think, okay, well, this is exactly what I want. Because the power is with you. It's that sort of Star Trek type verse, isn't it, that we use? But it is actually with you at the moment. And, the power that you have to direct your journey is immense at this time, Cindy. And this is what the crystal ball actually brings for you and says to you, that you have all of the energy that you need to create this situation and to make that situation buzz. It's like a big buzzword, and that's what you've got to do. And of course, the universe and the world will go with you. And the reason for that is, as I can see here in your crystal, that you've given so much of yourself in the last, I would say, 2 to 3 years. It's been an extenuated time, Cindy, where you've given of yourself, you've helped other people, you've really exhausted your resources at some times for the good of others. And they may be friends or close family or, just generally in the community. But I can see here that you need a top up now. It's your time now for a reward. It's your turn to be considered and to have the blessings here of spirit and to bring forward really good times for you. I can see a man by your side. Is he your partner at the moment? Is he with you permanently at the moment?
Yes.
Good, because he's your rock, and he's walking forward with you. And I think the two of you together have a special bond. Lots of laughter I can see here, but concern as well. I think that the two of you also want to see family members get on better, that you want to see this brand new start. And there's also a lady here in spirit is with you. I think it's your mother, grandmother, but it's a mother figure. And she is sort of, I don't know, whether she might be in a wheelchair or having had problems with legs in particular, unable to walk very well. Is it your mum? Okay, well, she's here. And I can see her pushing in the wheelchair and pushing you, you can't sit on her lap and take a ride. I mean, she's got this sense of humor, hasn't she? This wonderful sense of humor. And she's not going to take you there. She's not going to, pick you up and plump you down, but she is going to guide you. And that's what she says. It's quite tearful. Are you crying? Because I've got tears in my eyes here, and it's coming from her. It's coming from her as well, and she's blowing kisses to you.
Sorry.
She is. She's doing this, so you can watch me. She wants to blow those kisses to you, and it's so lovely to see you too as well. And she cares and she loves you, and she's pushing this wheelchair and she's sort of saying, look, it was hard for me, but it's going to be easier for you. Don't worry. Life is not as difficult as it may appear to be at this time. Don't think about me, think about you, think about the life that you've got, and think about the happiness that you should be enjoying at this time. But she was a special lady herself, and you, sorry, it's sort of bit of makeup. Too much makeup on, that's what bit of makeup onto my eyes there. So I just feel so special. She was so close to you. And two little ones as well. Do you have two little ones? Did she have two? Yeah?
Pardon? Do I have...
two little ones.
I have a daughter. Oh, two granddaughters. I have two granddaughters. They would be her two great-granddaughters.
Okay, that's what it is then, because I've got two little ones and she's patting them on the heads and just sort of, pitter-pat on the heads, and she knows that they're there and she knows how much you feel for them and how well they're going to grow. They're very pretty. I see you've got lots of beauty in your family. So, oh, how wonderful for you, Cindy. I'm so pleased to bring your mum forward for you. And I do hope you've enjoyed your reading and those blessings as well from your mum, Cindy. And I wish you well, and do get that location right. If you want to follow up on the reading, you can always book one with me. It's private like this, but bless you. And lots of love from your mum, Cindy, and from me too.
Many blessings, my dear. Thank you. You hit everything dead on, so you warmed my heart. And you validated things that were in my mind and heart, and you truly are a blessing.
Good. Well, it's a big year, so enjoy it. Every minute of it.
I will.
Okay.
I am going to. Thank you.
Okay. Right, so there we have Cindy. Thank you, Cindy, from London, another London, not here. And now we've got Maria in Brooklyn. Hello, Maria. Hi. You're through to Eleanor. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Now, let's see about you. I'm going to take a card here, Maria, for you. And we're using the tarot card, but these are the Victorian tarot. So I'm just going to take one. Let's see what this one is. Okay, so this is a man. Your partner, it will be the male in your life that you're thinking about at this time. And he is a forceful character. He's got a strong mind and he's intelligent. He's sort of very sort of forthright, I think, with you. Wants a lot out of life, as you do as well, Maria. A couple that I think will be wanting to excel in your particular areas of specialisms, your skills, your career prospects. They're all enhanced here at this time. But you've also got some worrying times as well that I feel are around you. You have some choices right now that you really do need to be focused on and concentrated on. And I feel here, this is you. You are by his side here, Maria, a strong woman. This is how you're being portrayed here in the cards. And the partnership issue between the two of you is at the forefront of your mind as well. And that's something that you sort of need to get right. So there are some questions that I feel are around you, and the questions that you have will be answered. This is what I have. So you have a lot of faith, you put a lot of trust, I think, into your relationship too. And that has been a good thing, you know, really a good thing. You've needed to hand over quite a lot of responsibility so that emotionally you're free of worry and concern. And that means that you can get on really with the subject matter in hand, and that's your personal happiness, your progression. Now, you've got a lot of energy here that's coming in. This is really positive for this year. It is about speed and direction and you taking initiative, particularly in your career. Now, you can see here sort of the animals running down the hill. This is all about the stag and the deer running down the hill to get to your particular location, to get to where you really need to be. And I feel as well that worries and concerns about other people, which we all have, let's face it. I mean, we're all living in societies where we are going to be thinking about families, family matters. This is here a picture of that family and perhaps where you're wanting to take this year forward with. So this is about your own family, children around you, and the expression of family life as well. And you being a mum. Now, let me see here. Yeah, I feel that there's fertility here. There's a baby that I can see in spirit, a baby that is around you, a baby to come as well. So there will be a celebration here of a christening, because the baby in somebody else's arms, not in your arms. But watch for that news. And high society here as well. So I think that aspirationally you will be with surrounded by people who, you know, represent those sort of higher levels in society. So I think there's some very special people around you, people who may be celebrity, may be sort of A-listers of some sort. So watch for that. Now, I'm just bringing in my amethyst crystal, which is here, and I just want to illuminate that slightly so we can see the purple glow. I wonder if you can see that yourself. But this is bringing in the violet light, which you should have in your aura, all around you. So you're resonating here, Maria, this calm light, which is healing. So you must be healing from sort of deeper wounds, perhaps from a long time ago, but certainly this is a time that you're going to recapture that sense of who you are and who you want to be as well. So influential people around you are going to help you. And that's being brought to you in this healing period. And during this healing period with the amethyst crystal, it brings in the violet energy. And this is all around your soul, all around your ultra sort of sensitivity, the psychic side of you. And I think that you must have had a lot of insight recently, perhaps dreams or just some, you know, small psychic development premonitions. Do you feel that? Do you feel as though you've been able to sense what's going to happen next, Maria? You've got your sort of the hairs on the back of your neck stand up every now and again. Is that something that you've recently experienced?
Yes.
It's sort of a bit spooky, isn't it? A bit sort of, what's happening? A bit scary. And yet, I think this is for a reason. This is an awakening for you, potentially for everything that you stand for. Now, if you look right into the center there of the crystal ball, you can see a lake. If you can see it, the slightly blue area right in the middle. If I can move no, I can't reach it. Otherwise, I'm going to, but right above my finger there, there's a blue lake. Now, this represents you, and it's sort of saying, this is where you need to be. You need to be bathing by this lake, by this blue water, and soothing and calming your soul and yourself, because you're about to go through a massive growth. So let me just put this down a moment, because you've got several things that are going on here. Firstly, we've got you as a mum and the children and a baby. So are you wanting to have a child, or do you know of somebody who desperately wants a child, a baby?
I know someone who is pregnant, two persons, but I don't know.
Okay. And what about you, yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to have a baby?
Sorry?
Do you want to have a baby?
No.
Have you had
No,
have you had your children? Because there's 3 children around you.
I have two children.
You have 2 children? Yeah, okay. Well, your cards are indicating that there is a 3rd child that you can have if you want to. So that's there for you. You're being given that fertility is there for you this year. That you will be surrounded by water, quite a lot of water. This lake is there in the center of your crystal ball. Do you live near a lake, or is there somewhere that you go to regularly? Some water?
Not so close. Taking the train like 30 minutes, I guess. And
okay.
Next to the ocean, yeah.
Okay, so not so far then. You need to sort of be closer to that. But the still water as well is really a good symbol for you, because it means that your happiness is going to be secure and assured this year. So there's some good times really coming in that are going to mean that you can achieve the happiness that you want. And I think that with the speed around you, which you've chosen here in these cards, that this year is going to fly by. It's really going to go quickly, and you need to get moving really to be able to take advantage of that. Your own psychic development particularly is important, and take a lot of notice of everything that is coming through in your subconscious, in your dreams, and also in those little, I think this is going to happen next, because it's great excitement for you that you can enjoy that. Now, this is a man that is very much around you here. He's the person that you're having a relationship with. If he's not there now, then he soon will be. But this is somebody that will care for you deeply. Do you have a partner now, Maria?
Yes.
Yeah, and he's there. So he's going to mean a lot more to you this year. There's a deepening of a relationship this year, and you may have felt since September 23 that it's been a bit rocky, that it's been a little difficult to negotiate feelings with each other. There's been a lot of stress around you and around him too. So that's something that you need to remember, that sometimes external pressures do affect people and do affect relationships, and that's something that you can't help, but you do have to understand for your own sake that it's not about the two of you. So try to be a lot kinder towards each other, say nice things to each other, and make more effort as well in your relationship. But you've got laughter that's coming in, and sometimes as well where you're feeling that life is getting a lot better here for you, an awful lot better. Now, I do have a man in spirit with you as well, Maria. There are 2 males here. I think that they are family members. I think that they're ancestors that have come through from your family, because they've come a long way. It's taken a while for them to open doors for you, but they do seem to be very much in that family connection, so fathers, grandfathers. But there's 2 together. I feel that they're 2 brothers here that are standing behind you and often will come and visit you as well. I've got the initial of M. I mean, you're M, Maria, but there's another M in spirit, in a man. Is that for you? Do you have somebody who's passed over, who's now in another world, in the spirit world, with the initial of N, Maria?
No.
Oh? And your partner, what's his name?
Reinaldo.
Okay. Ask him, would you, after this reading, if he has such a spirit connection, because I'm getting lots of yeses here. So it's in your family and in your partnership that spirit is coming through. And sometimes that happens. They will use you as a channel to get to the person who really actually needs a message from them. So he has got this sort of message hanging over. You can tell him to watch this afterwards if you want to, but he does need to take great care of his right side, his right leg in particular. He may have hurt it recently, but there is a sort of knock to his leg that I have, and also that he has to take a different course of action. That's something that isn't normally a warning at all. This is not a warning to his well-being in any way, but it's almost to sort of turn right. So to take a different route, I think, with regard to his work and to the people that are close to him as well. And that's really quite important. Just take another card, because, you know, he has to negotiate. We've got the devil card here, which is all about him wanting to be successful, but he has to negotiate a different route forward. Got lots of animals around you as well. There's lots of dogs here, but good friends is what they represent, particularly in a reading. But look towards your partner here, because, you know, he will be taking a different path in 2024, and you will really need to feel as though you can rely on him and trust in him. Maria, you've got a lot happening in 2024, and I wish you the best with all of it. Don't forget your own psychic senses. They're very, very special. So that's me. I've been Eleanor Grace, and it's been wonderful to speak to you here today, and wishing you a great week, and I'll see you again same time next week. Bye-bye now. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Alignment Mentor on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. My name's Angie, and I'm a Soul Alignment Mentor, and I reside in Kansas. And so I wanted to jump on today and share a little bit of some intuitive insights I've been receiving from my spirit team that I work with that basically helps me to give teachings to other people to align with the life they desire or to kind of find their way into the areas of life they would rather to feel better for them. And so the other day, as I was connecting with my spirit team and meditating, one of the things that came through for me was they explained to me that sometimes what we do as a human is we will look at something and our projection of it, our reality of it, the perception that we create of it is what we can physically see, sense, and feel from our human existence. And my spirit team began to explain to me that the reality of it is there's always an energy behind every situation that's happening in our lives, whether that is in a relationship, whether that is with a job or finances or anything that might be happening around us. And so our current perception and the reality that we will see of these things may not always be completely accurate. And some of the way that we might project our feelings, emotions, and our ability to comprehend these things into these experiences come from what we've already developed as our beliefs at some point in our life, whether that's the programming we received from our parents growing up or a trauma that we went through sometime in our life, or just simply the ideas that we have been taught about the world around us or ourselves. And so we're all kind of like projectors. If you're from the 80s, 90s, or early 2000s, you probably remember back in school, there were the projectors that teachers would use to project something onto the wall to teach us. And so what we are doing with our energy field is projecting our perception and our realities around us. And so if you've ever heard of the concept as above, so below, that is the idea of bringing our higher awareness down into our current reality so that we can live more aligned with that higher consciousness thinking, but also understanding that what is within us projects outside of us. And so the energy we hold within ourselves is what we project into our reality outside of ourselves. And I want to share with everybody that is able to tune into this that I am currently offering a 7-week course where I teach about our energy. I teach about our energy field, our programming, our beliefs, the concepts that we developed, how to get in touch with your higher self, your really understanding yourself and your energy field, but also how to clear out some of these things that maybe have blocked us in our life or caused us to feel stuck or created situations, scenarios in our lives that maybe are not aligned with our higher self or what we may not want to experience in our life. And so if you're interested in joining me in that 7-week course, I actually just took $1,000 off of this course, and you can go over to my website, angieharris.org, and go to resources and go to the Raise Your Vibration course, and you will see there's a link there to join the group course. Use the code NEWYEAR24 to take that $1,000 off, and then the remainder of it, you will be able to make a payment plan if you aren't able to take care of that part as well. But what I would encourage you to is just start to pay attention to how you're projecting your reality out into the world. So I wanted to take a call today, and it looks like we have Onessa from Richmond, Virginia on.
Yes.
Are you there? Hello.
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
I'm
Hi.
good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Was there a certain message that you were seeking today, or was you wanting a general message from Spirit?
Yes, just general, please.
Okay. So let me see what I can tune in for you. Right away, I'm kind of getting a sense that you might feel like a little confused about some things happening in your life. Like maybe there's this, I don't know if you kind of have felt like stuck in some areas, like you're wanting to move forward or you're wanting to change something, but you're not exactly sure how it can change. Does that sound accurate?
It does.
Okay. And I don't know if this is like your career, or I'm getting a sense that you are starting to kind of awaken to some ideas that you would rather be doing with your life than what you have been. And there's like this energetic feeling that I'm getting from you that you have there might be some limiting beliefs around you. Like maybe there's not a lot of people around you that kind of understand you the way that you are now. Like I get a sense that you've kind of been changing a lot recently.
I have.
Okay.
I definitely have.
Okay. And so I sense that maybe you are actually going through what we would call a spiritual awakening, and you're starting to discover yourself in a new energy. And I'm sensing that as you go through this process, you're like kind of uncovering parts of yourself that you didn't even know that you had, maybe some ideas or some gifts. And this might be clashing against some of the relationships that you have had in your life. And it may be feeling at certain times, you may feel a little like disconnected or alone. Based on kind of the comprehension of what you understand of your reality and what everybody else is still kind of like thinking around you. Does that make sense at all?
It does make sense.
Okay. So I just got the words that you were trying to manifest something into reality, or you've been asking guidance towards something. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I've been asking guidance for a lot of things.
What was that?
Yeah, I've been manifesting a lot and asking guidance in my life, period.
Okay. So what I'm getting for you is, I just got a picture of kind of like you standing underneath a waterfall, and this waterfall kind of cleansing off any limiting beliefs or ideas that you can't achieve the things that you desire. And to remind you that these desires have come up in your heart and in your spirit because they're meant to be manifested into the world. You are meant to create them into your reality. But sometimes the manifestations can't come forward because there are some energetic blocks or beliefs that you have developed at some point. Maybe that is within your family structure or things that you've gone through that are kind of, I'm getting a little bit of some blocks in your chakra system as well. So I'm hearing, I'm seeing this waterfall that is clearing out this belief system and I'm also hearing that sometimes you feel like it shouldn't be easy. Like it's almost like I have to work really hard to get everything to work out for me. And this is also part of like how you were raised, like the hard things that you went through. It's almost like you were taught that you've got to work hard for everything, that you can't just believe and then align your belief with your actions and trust the universe to guide you to that or give it to you. And I'm also hearing that as you work through this current energy you're in with this like cleansing, that you're going to see a shift happening in the summer is what I'm seeing. And that the manifestations that you are desiring will, like, it's almost like you're in a time of like shifting your frequency and awakening some of these stagnant things within you, but also reprogramming the parts of you that are keeping you kind of small and limited. And then like this harvest is going to come forward. But I'm hearing Spirit wanting to tell you that it is going to take some effort and some work on your part to be able to get this manifestation to come to fruit. But I am seeing that there will be a time of harvest for you of all the things that you're working on and you're pouring into your current reality. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of encouragement. Does that all that make sense?
It does. It makes a lot of sense.
Okay. So are you currently working on your energetic field and beliefs and all that?
I am. I actually had something come up in my life to kind of last couple of days to kind of put me off track a little bit. Yeah, I got to get back to it. And yeah.
Yeah, and so, very much know that that's that hard work that that concept to release and relax a little bit and be okay with having, because what we humans like to think is like if things don't feel like they're moving forward, that means we're moving backwards. But the reality of it is you're not. It's just you're integrating the things that you've already worked on. And so taking a moment of pause and rest is okay for you. And to release the guilt and shame that you constantly have to be doing something for yourself to progress towards these goals. Now, there is a concept of you do have to engage in it, so don't not do it for a long time. But I hear Spirit saying that you are pretty hard on yourself sometimes, and you'll kind of feel guilty if you're not constantly working towards something or this goal, and to kind of release the fear that it won't happen and just relax a little bit more, because that will open up that frequency and manifestation even quicker for you.
Okay.
So, okay. Well, and if you are wanting to explore that anymore, you are always welcome to set up an individual with me. Just go over to my website, angieharris.org. I am offering discounted readings at the current time if you're interested, and would love to support you in continuing that journey towards that manifestation you're trying to come to. So,
I really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. All right, everybody, I want to wish you all the best day. And again, if you're wanting to work on your energetic system even more so, and you want to take a 7-week journey with me to align yourself with your highest passions and purpose, come over and join my Raise Your Vibration course. We start February 1st. Just get on my website and join that when you get a chance. Until next time, I'll see you all again.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soulfully Guided on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So hello everyone and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann, and I'm really excited. We had our mini medium who I will have give the pleasure of introducing herself. So I'm sure you'd have to know her. She's fantastic, and also runs her own show, Mini Medium, on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And Stephanie raised some really important topics, and she's here to talk some more. I'll let her introduce and take over the show because we're doing the Gifted Children series and we're exploring it from other people's perspectives, not just mine. So welcome, Stephanie. Thank you for joining us again.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be back. I feel like last time we just so much, information in such a short amount of time. So I'm happy to continue where we left off, kind of, sort of. No, I'm excited for this, and just even I want to tell you first and foremost, my friend, how important and how I appreciate personally from my experiences, I guess, if you will, how grateful I am that you're doing this, because it's just, it's something that obviously that not many really think about because it's just not common right now. It will be, it's going to be, but really how it can help our children, and also, generations after them, right? So it's incredible. So thank you.
Thank you.
So, let me I'll tell you a little bit briefly, I guess, about myself. I love to talk, so I'm a talker. It's really bad sometimes, but that's the Gemini in me. But, as you introduced, I am the mini medium, and I've been, I guess, with A1R, gosh, it's been almost 2 years now. Crazy, it blows me away. But one thing that I have loved about sharing my gifts or abilities is the fact that A1R and Moonstruck is all over the world. And so it's such a great outlet to get, obviously our names out there, but also to help other people who, are struggling with, okay, am I gifted? Do I have this gift? Which everybody has the gifts. It's just some aren't too sure how to use them. Some are afraid to use them. And so, I feel like it's a matter of, deciding if you want to dive into, working on those individual gifts. But anyhow, so matter of fact, today on my show, I had a lady call in, and I don't believe in coincidences, period, end of story. And I had a lady call in today, my first caller, and she had asked exactly about her shift of change in her life. And I don't know how old this lady was. I didn't ask. I know better. I don't ask age. You just don't do that. I had one person say, if you're psychic, how old am I? And I said, I'm smart enough to know better than to go there.
My kids think I've turned 21 for the last 6 years, so I may have confused the mathematics.
I love it. Keep it that way. No, I don't know how she was, obviously, because we don't get to see them. We just hear them. But I feel, I'm assuming, and what I was picking up on, she, later in her life, but she had a spiritual awakening and now is learning to tap into her gifts. And so even at an older age, it's still something that people struggle with. So now, just talking about my growing up and really with talking about gifted children, I was 7 when I had my first experience with my gifts of mediumship, and I had saw my grandfather who had passed months prior, and he was looking over a bassinet that had my little baby brother in it. And growing up, it was just, it's your imagination. You're just seeing these. So yes, I now being a mom myself, I understand where my parents came from, but also now knowing what I know now, I very much encourage my daughters. So I have 2 daughters. They're both very talented, very gifted. My son is as well. But my little redhead, my little JC, she is, I call her she's my mini, I would say I'm mini medium, but she's my mini me when it comes to my gifts. And my oldest is my mini me look-wise. But so anyhow, just watching her grow up and now being able to encourage her with what she's seeing and hearing and feeling and knowing, I feel is so important, because we are preparing our world, us as an older generation, older gifted generation. We'll just
I don't identify with older, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, how about seasoned? How about we say that?
Remember, I'm 21.
Oh, right. Yes, that's right. And I'm 26. So what are we talking about? Oh my goodness. I love it. But yeah, I feel like it's important for us in the older generations to help these children and prepare them and encourage them. So when we pass and our, souls cross over, for one, we're going to have a very nice plethora of gifted people left here in the physical world to be able to channel when we're on the other side and come through, right? But I think more importantly, to let our children know that it's okay, that it isn't anything to be afraid of, that we're not, I'm not a fan of the word weird, but we're just, and I don't even like different. I think we're just identified in a sense as being, and special. We're all special in our own way, but it's going to have to take time for this to become, I don't want to say a norm, but it's going to have to take time for this to really, I think, become something that people are going to maybe not necessarily understand, what the different gifts are. They don't have to understand it, but respect it. That's all I hope for. All I hope for, my friends. So, so I'll just put it out there. I'm 48. And so growing up, there you go, cat's out of the bag. So, but growing up through, obviously 70s, 80s, whatnot, it wasn't okay to tell people that you talk to the other side, that you talk to the dead. It wasn't okay to tell people I'm hearing voices, because and with no, not to put any kind of joke into it, but the minute you tell at that younger age that, oh, I'm hearing voices, it's my own voice, but I know it's not my thought. or my own voice in a sense, immediately then they take you to, a psychiatrist, right? And then we're identified as, oh, you have schizophrenia or you have whatever it may be. And let's give you medication. And then what happens is once you start taking that medication, it, in a sense, completely numbs or shuts down those gifts. So I think we're on a good track for things to, get better, but we've got a long ways to go.
Absolutely. And the thing is, remarkably, in just hearing your story on the last show you joined us, your story in my own way was very similar. And I've realized that themes are emerging between us, and shows like this and anyone who touches on this topic going forward creates awareness, because we don't expect parents to go out and be experts, but at least find someone that's honest and genuinely gifted to maybe explain it to them or talk to their children, not feeling connected regardless of whether one is popular or not. And the inability, which through the 70s, 80s, and I still found in the 90s, the inability to know how to communicate with your children about what's going on without that, as you say, that weirdness or that psychiatry involved. So it's
yeah. No, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. And I think the most important thing, I know that you've got to wrap up here soon, but if anything, if I can put out there, just to kind of end my part and what I want to say, is to make sure if you as a parent have a child who is saying, Mom, Dad, I'm seeing, blah, 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 or I'm hearing this, or I'm feeling, for one, don't believe them is what I really want to believe them, and trust that they are, and encourage them to talk about it. Okay, well, what did they look like? What were they wearing? And that way it makes that child feel like it's okay.
Brilliant advice. And we are so glad to have you on the show. Sorry to everyone. I've really thoroughly enjoyed this, but we're going to have to wrap it up. Maybe we have to invite you back again.
I'll come back.
There's a big difference between a 15 and a 30-minute show. So, we'll have Stephanie on again, which I do this every show she's on, so you should be used to me putting you on the spot. But have a great week, everyone, and thank you again to our mini medium, Stephanie.
Thank you.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, it's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Sweet Bee, and we're here to talk some astrology and do some readings today. And so we're going to start with the messages with all 12 signs. Again, this would be your sun, moon, or rising. I find rising the most predictive. The sun is kind of the father figure, the career, where you're going, and your moon sign is that matriarch, that mother figure, that and sort of our inner emotional sides, relationships, things like that. So listen to all three messages for the benefit to yourself. And so we're going to start with Aries at the top. Oh my gosh, Aries, about time. A little luck's on the way. A sudden change of luck is likely. Things are working in your favor, and there's excellent networking opportunities. Could lead to career, could lead to new living situations, something that you just need that opportune moment. And we've got a week for that, and part of that is the Pluto transit. It's going to impact everyone. These messages are kind of based on that Pluto transit. And what's unique about this Pluto transit, because we're going to get a taste of Pluto next year a little bit as it retrogrades and dips a toe back into Capricorn. But this week, it's at 29 degrees of Capricorn, and it conjuncts with the sun in Capricorn. So kind of a big deal, I'd pay attention to what goes on this week. We could see a surprising change of leadership. We could see sun world events, particularly around Thursday to Sunday timeframe, just to give you the heads up. So this week, some luck on store for Aries. We got what's on tap for Taurus. We got romance on top for Taurus, and that's one of the Taurus's favorite conversations. Love is set to sizzle. Chance of romance is high for those seeking connections. That could be long or short-term connections. Could be someone you've been in a relationship for a while. But I have a feeling Tauruses are going to quite enjoy the lustiness of this next week. Good for them. Let's go to Gemini. Gemini under this influence is like perseverance. And I feel like where Geminis are going to get lucky is other people's money and like loans, financing, or maybe a partner or a business partner relationship, or a romantic relationship where you'll benefit from their financial gain, their financial opportunities, things like that. But persevere in your life. You may feel like you're getting nowhere, but there's wonderful changes ahead. Don't give up, Gemini. Okay, Cancerians. Well, Cancerians, I feel like declutter. And so declutter your life, let go of correspondence, objects, and people you no longer want. Someone might hurt your feelings and reveal a new side to themselves you may wish to avoid. Maybe you have coworkers, people in your social circle that give you kind of some surprising shade. And you're like, where'd that come from? Because I'm out here being nice to people. And so you might get, when it could even come from clients, could come from coworkers, could come from social networks. Otherwise, go home and be loved up by your family or your little cat or dog. And I feel like that's going to be the place to, and when you're there, declutter. You might be sorting tax papers, organizing your papers, that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the energy for a little Cancerians. And part of this is that Pluto Sun conjunction is that it kind of comes at you in your 7th house of commitment. So it could be a bit surprising. So I would stay home and, change up some closets. Anyway, let's keep going. So Leos, Leo. Wow, you guys got some great energy coming. And I feel like you could get opportunities, offers, job opportunities, things that come out of your own network. So say yes to all the wonderful invitations coming your way. Excellent networking opportunities and new love interest for those that are single, but possibly even opportunities if you're married or with a partner for your partner that comes through your social circles there, Leo. So it's some good stuff there. Then we're going to keep going to Virgos. Reflection. Friendships in your life might come to an end and others could blossom and become stronger. That with all this energy in Pluto, I feel like it could be about your social circles, your friendship circles, that maybe we're letting go of certain people that really weren't in your highest good or order. And you're kind of like done. You're like done with them. And you could have the return of some old people from way back in the past that could turn out to be rekindled or sorted. You could even just forgive them and let them go. So there's this big kind of thing going on for you guys in your friendship circles. Libra, we've got achievement. Enjoy the limelight. You've earned it. Although on the family front, someone's health could cause some secret worries and sleepless nights. So you might be doing good there. On the work front, reputation, maybe people are hearing about you, doing what you're doing. And then you've got some worries that you have to take care of some people in your personal world. So make some time and balance that. Even though you might be getting kudos, you might have to also make time for family. And then we've got Scorpios. Oh, our lovely little Scorpios. You know, recent disappointments are going to be followed by pleasant surprises. An invitation could bring love to those searching. Like, go get dressed up, go out, Scorpios. It could mean some new relationships for you, meeting new friends, new people in your life, new networks around pleasant. Like, for instance, you could be asked to join a league, a board of directors, and not-for-profit organization, something where you get a real sense of belonging. And I feel like this is going to be a big deal for you guys this week. But you might get a new sense of belonging that I feel like could lead to new work opportunities for you. Sagittarians, manifestations. So be really mindful about your thoughts, Sagittarius. Don't let them be scattered or feeling a bit helpless in some of those thoughts. You got a bountiful time awaiting you. Witches could manifest in front of your eyes, but your thoughts could manifest in front of your eyes too. So when we're in powerful times of manifestation, we always assume it's lottery. It's not. It's things like your self-talk, your habits, things that are going on in day-to-day conversations. Be mindful and really listen. Maybe your kids are really telling you something you need to hear. Maybe your partner's really telling you something you need to hear, even your boss. So I want you to really think about that, because conversations could manifest into action. And then we got our little Capricorns, and we got challenges, a little bit of challenges. And this Pluto-Sun conjunction, God, the limelight is on you guys. Like, maybe everyone's coming to you to address challenges, reduce conflicts, sort out problems, fix things. And so take time out on the problems front of conflicts. Approach softly and so you don't make matters worse. So people might be coming to you to help solve things, solve problems, take care of things that need to be fixed. But I don't know, sometimes not doing anything is more than enough. And so you have to really weigh that carefully about what's being asked about you this week, because it looks like you're the problem solver, Capricorn. Tough being belle of the ball, huh? Okay, Aquarians. Well, Aquarians aren't the only ones out of this, because as soon as Pluto shifts at 29 degrees of Capricorn, it goes to 0 degrees of Aquarius. Wow, twists and turns, like I tell you. Carefully made plans could be thrown out the window as major changes or interruptions surround you. Make sure you get lots of rest to deal with any upheavals, because it could be like you had your heart set on all this rolling out, and it turns out that it needs more time. Turns out that you have to just wait a little longer. Turns out you got to hit the ground running, and not only is it there, but it's literally gonna speed up for you. So really keep this in mind. This is, 0 degrees of Aquarius with Pluto. It's been 250 years since we've experienced this. And the last time that was the French Revolution, the American Revolution, like some big stuff. You know what I'm saying? So Aquarians, hang on to your hats, right? It feels like it could be a little bit of a unexpected ride this week. And then we got our Pisces. Oh, my little Pisces. Aside from this Pluto activity, there's also this Neptune activity that could feel like you got to trust your intuition. You got decisions to make, and you're solely having to rely on your own intuition and not reach out to other people, because you might feel like you need some big changes, and trusting your intuition, because it's a great time to maybe learn a new skill or invest money or make career changes, path changes. But I feel like you have to rely on yourself, not really going to other people for that. You're going to have to kind of stand back and really think about where you're at in some of this and what intuition's telling you, because I feel like you could just be getting bad advice. I mean, that could really be it. It's just, you're just getting like bad advice from people. And so I want you just to really trust your gut. Your dreams might be super active. So, and when I say dream state, I mean your sleep state could be very active. So if you're not sleeping, I'll include that too, huh? They're little Pisces. Mm-hmm. Feeling the world, feeling everything in front of you. And so we got some big stuff there for you guys this next week. And I feel like I would be really mindful of those manifestations and what you look at manifesting this week, because we could be getting into the next 20 years of our life cycle. And so you're going to get hints of it this next 20 days. That is for sure. Okay, we got Billy in Alfred, New York. Billy, hello.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, Billy, where would you like to start? What's your question today?
I don't have a particular question, but I was hoping to get someone from the other side.
Okay, so you're hoping just anybody. So just anyone from the other side?
Actually, no. I'm hoping for my father and brother. That's what I'm looking for, hopefully.
Your father and your brother from the other side. Let's just think about them. Think about them walking up to you, thinking about them. You said brother. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to just be clear in my mind. Okay. There's something important about this coming springtime. I feel like, it's funny when we mention your father and your brother, there's also an image of a dog that keeps coming up in my mind as well. And the care of the dog, like where the dog's in good hands, just know that. And I feel like there's some important dates, and I keep hearing June, the month of June. There's some sort of, I'm going to say June 10th to the 15th, something important coming up in your family. There's a very elderly lady in your family who has some healthcare issues. She feels a bit older. That just know she's in good hands. There's some tests, some healthcare tests. I'm supposed to tell you, no, she's in good hands. Okay. And
right.
Yeah, just, I feel like, I'm just there's something about a split of property, money, and estate, things and people moving, and that maybe you're dealing with it, or you'll be dealing with it on behalf of someone else. And just know
I will be dealing with it. Yep.
Yeah, and you'll be making all the right decisions, my girl. There's not to worry. You'll be making the right decisions. There's a strong K name that is going to be a strong K, like the letter K. Sorry, I dropped something here. And
K. Okay.
And an A name now as well. There's also something about there's 3 people. I know you mentioned 2, but there's 3 people I'm supposed to talk about, and that there's a woman as well. And I feel like they all show up in your presence, but like there's something about you're going to talk about a cemetery plot, or you're going to talk about burial plans. There's something about this that I feel like maybe the woman is in one place and the 2 other men are somewhere else. And this dog.
Yeah, no, this is perfect. Everything you're saying really does align with everything. It's amazing.
Oh, good, because I feel I don't want to just talk out into the abyss, my little friend Billy, because I feel like I think the bigger message is I'm just going to keep, because I just want to keep flowing, if that's okay. I feel like just know you are loved. Know that these decisions, you're doing the right things. You've got some really good legal decisions, things that you're going to make the right processes and things. And I feel like, those little lucky pennies, when you see the lucky pennies, pick them up all the day. I feel like you'll have them. I know it sounds kind of funny, but
okay.
There's something about, there's also going to be, I keep hearing a necklace, a pendant, engraved. And I feel like what's funny is there's one, oh no, they corrected me and they said a locket, and you're supposed to put the pictures in the locket, and like it'd be double-sided, you'd have picture on one side and picture on the other. Yeah, and there's something about that.
I don't think I have a locket though.
I feel like it's going to be a gold locket. It's going to be engraved. I don't know that you have to look for it. I feel like it might even come up through this lady. Lady, okay, and that.
And you said you said the lady's name begins with A.
Yes.
What?
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yes, the A. Yes, and
okay.
I feel like you might be gifted this locket. Just even in the next 6 months or so. Just know that they want you to see that. And then the final part I'm going to leave you with is that you've got, there's something about education that keeps showing up around you, and news, correspondence, news, training, education, something about this that's really good news. And I even feel like you're going to know about this within, the next 2 months or so. There's something about maybe someone's opportunity popping up with that.
We are looking really at college for my daughter.
Yes, and there's so if she's looking at applying, I feel like you're going to hear good news within 2 months. And there's also something about some sort of funding for her education or for the college that I feel like will also accompany it. If it's a scholarship, I'm like woot woot on your daughter, but like woohoo for her. Okay. But I feel like there's some really good news around education coming within a couple months, 2 months. Okay. Woof.
All right. Thank you for your time.
That's all I can fit in. We'll talk again, Billy.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. And if you want to find me, you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I'm in Winnipeg, Canada. And I read, that's all I do is I read palms and cards and tea leaves and all kinds of stuff. And now I've got Barb in Winnipeg. Barb, hello, Barb.
Hi, Bernice. How are you?
Oh, I'm wonderful, my girl. How can I help you today? What do you want to talk about?
Well, I want to talk about what does 2024 have in store for me in regards to employment and love.
Employment and love. Oh, let's take a look. What's going on for our Barb in 2024? I got to show you something because I do automatic writing, and I know this is going to sound so crazy, and I know you can't see me, but when you go to the recording later, Barb, I want you to look this up. I'm going to hold something up for a minute. I do a lot of automatic writing, and here's your message, Barb. I'm just going to hold it because you can still frame this and look at it later. I'm going to read you the message I wrote. I'm so happy I have my Barb because I think about who's my caller's going to be today. And let's talk about Barb. Okay, I'm supposed to talk about, I'm going to say, letting go of old partners, Barb. You don't have to take care of anybody no more. And anyone who comes back from your past, don't do it. Okay? I don't know. I'm also supposed to talk about your mom. And there's something about having to fix a vehicle, fix something about your transportation, but it also brought me to your mobility and to be really mindful about your sciatic, your hip, your leg, and that there's people planning. So if I think about your work, there's something about having to work with women. You'll wind up working with a lot of women. I feel like it's going to come through a woman you know. It's not just when you talk about work or work opportunity. And I feel like there is starts and stops to your work. Maybe there's a time frame where you're off work, Barb, and then there's a start to work, like you would have been on a leave or you would have left. And I feel like you have a new opportunity that I feel like you're going to be kind of happy about. And it feels like something that you can grow with, like a company you can grow with, or something you can grow with. I feel like you're not quite ready to go back to work. I know you asked about that, or maybe you're off and you're maybe thinking about how I'm going to be going back to work. But I feel like something that's coming up that you're going to love is going to show up for you, or in terms of your career is going to show up for you in the next, I feel like February even. There's news, talks, conversations in February. And between February and July, I don't know, there's a woman who's really pulling you into something. It feels quite positive. Your finances, there's 3 different things I'm going to just mention about in 2024. I'm just going to mention very quickly about your finances, work finances. Like maybe this job supplements an income you might already have, you know, and that this job might supplement it. It could go along with it. There could be a transition period with it. I even feel like then between February and July, something really coming forward that way. There's also something about resorting your debt, finances, consolidation, really putting your money together so you can kind of live within that budget. So there's something important about how you're managing your money. And I mean, I don't see you as a bag lady, so I feel like that feels pretty good. That feels pretty good, Barb. And that you might have to say no to some people around you about money. You might have to say no to a few people about money, finances. You might have to, people like, you might have the heart to help. You might feel like, but I feel like you might have to say no. You might just have to sort of help in other ways. Don't just give money out, or, because I feel like it could be kind of bottomless with whoever's asking, or that it's not really the fix. You know, Spirit keeps bringing me back to your mobility in some way, Barb, like your lower back, hips, knees, something about this. Maybe being laid up with that. Can I ask, was that something, did that happen recently?
No, but I've been having trouble with my hip and my, but it hasn't put me out of commission, and I still am working.
Okay, you might be off. You might be off with work to deal with this, because there's a period of time where you're going to be off. And then you'll go back, and I'm going to say between February and July. Between February and July. And there's something about the hip, lower back. I don't know. I feel like it could be something that could be chronic. Could be something you need to address. And I see a period of time where you'll be off and then return to work. So I feel like it could be for a few weeks, and then you go back to work. I don't know that it's just like a vacation. I wish it was, but it could be maybe you're addressing something to do with that. And now, in terms of, you asked me another question. Now, I'm just going to go back to your work for a minute. Are you in a large organization now?
It's only about 20 people.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like you're going to have I even feel like April, they keep saying it's like within like even 8 weeks before, like, I think April is the time frame where you might have the time off. There's something about off for a few weeks with a return.
This program ends March 31st. And I already know that I've been secured in, another employment from April.
Ow, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so yeah. It ends March 31st, and then April 1st, you go into a new contract or something.
Right.
I understand. Thank you. And are those contracts with large organizations like, I don't know, the government keeps coming up somewhere. I don't know why, but there's something where there'll be some sort of dealing with the government. Okay?
Yeah, it's a government-funded project, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, like that. And so you'll have one job off, one job coming on. Now, there'll be a woman, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. I think there's going to be a woman who could be a big connector to some of this work. And so very positive. I'm not crying about it. But I feel like even with this contract, like I said, there's just something about also maybe just get some physiotherapy, reflexology or massage therapy on your lower body. Okay. And so, yeah, I see with your career, you're still doing these contracts off, start, perfect. I feel like you, if I think about the next few years, you're still working, but there's something about you making a conscious decision to pull back, and that maybe you'll only accept contract work that could be like you could work from home, you'd have flexibility, you'd be able to work like 4 days a week, or you'd be able to flex that work in some way. Because I feel like your work flexibility in that is going to be a bigger sort of priority. And so that feels good. That feels nice in terms of the contract work. Now, your love life, because I want to answer that question. We'd like the love life stuff. Can I ask you a quick question, Barb? What's the day and month of your birthday?
July 5th.
Ooh, my little crab, my little Cancerian. Okay, I don't know. There should be somebody right in front of you right now in your love life.
There is.
Yeah. And you have to work something out with them. You have to work the relationship out with them. Like,
right.
I don't know. It doesn't feel like the romantic stuff. It feels like the day-to-day stuff. I don't know. Okay, that doesn't sound right. Like, sorry, hang on a second. I think what I mean is you have to work. I'm going to say this, Barb, you can hate me later, but I'm going to say it anyway. I actually think there's two people. I said it, I'm owning it. And I feel like there's someone right in front of you and you've got to work it out with them, or you got to work out the details of life. I don't know. I feel like I'm having a hard time feeling romantic-y for some reason. And maybe it's just where the relationship is. Maybe it's just might be where that is. But I feel like
he's in California. Like I'm married to him and I left him in March. I'm here in Canada and
that makes sense. You got to work something through with him, but it doesn't feel romantic. It's the details of life. But if I may, there's something in front of you, because remember I said there's two people and I only have 30 seconds. So I'm just going to leave you with, you have new beginnings this next 19 months. What you think is a business partnership, friendship, or a colleague turns out to be quite lovely. Okay? Okay. Thank you, Barb. That's all I can cram in a few minutes, and I hope it was helpful, and I'm sending you lots of love. And I'm sending love out to everyone. And this is Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. You can find me at Ask One Radio, and I'll see everyone in 7 days.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. I'm, as usual, at the beginning of each show, I'm going to do 3-card pull here. So just take a moment to see whether you gravitate with the first, second, or third card. The deck that I'm using is a Lover's Oracle deck, but the love can be with yourself. It can be with an intimate partner, a friendship, family, whatever. So just see where you gravitate to regarding these cards. The first card that I have pulled, I'm not sure if we're having any technical issues here, but I will just plod along. The first card that I have brought up is this one. And it says it's important right now to take a step back and spend some time alone instead of placing your focus on another. Now's not the time to give to yourself. The message from Spirit regarding this card is that not everything needs to be as it's played out in your head. You're only ever one part of a situation, a problem or an outcome. You can't control everything, and you certainly, can't control what is not your responsibility, all right? You can only offer assistance, and so this card is really letting you know there's just time to let go and just allow things to fall into place, for things to happen. I do feel like you've also done everything that you can do for now, and you just need to take time out to take care of yourself, your energy, replenish yourself. Now, that can look in different ways. It can be just being still, taking a walk in the park, meditating, reading a book, going on a picnic, whatever allows you to re-energize yourself. So if that card, if this card resonates with you, that's the advice from Spirit. If you chose the second card, it is this one, look inside yourself. So just this card is really about loving who you are, all right? You don't need to change the way you look, the way you act or think to accommodate, anyone else. And for that person to accept you, to love you, and just, for them to accept you in their life and to value you, all right? Just be your true, authentic self. You might wish to get some Reiki, work on your heart chakra, releasing maybe any trauma that you're hanging on to from any previous relationships, even relationships with family or friends, anyone that have maybe spoken down to you, made you feel insecure, given you that lack of self-love and lack of self-worth. Just remember that nobody has any control over you. Only you control you, okay? So you don't allow other people to create those thoughts in your head. So just release that if you're hanging on to any of that. All right, the third card here that I've got for everyone who's chosen card 3 is wait. All right, this is watch out for any past mistakes. Okay, releasing patterns that are no longer serving you. All right, you may feel like you want to dive head first into something, but you're just asked to go slow and just protect your heart, all right, and your emotional well-being at this time, all right? Have the attitude, if it's meant to be, it will be, okay? And if it's not, something better will come along for you, okay? All right, now I've got my caller here. Jaleesa?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Am I pronouncing your name properly?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
All right, thank you. It's a beautiful name. I haven't heard it before. How can I help you today, Lisa?
I just want to hear how my love life will end.
How your love life's going?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Are you in a relationship at the moment?
No, I am seeing someone, but it's not. It's more like friends instead of a relationship.
Yeah. And I'm also being told that that's where it needs to stay. Okay. And I feel like this person accepts you and loves you in their own way unconditionally. And I feel like this is, if you pursued that as a love interest, that potentially you would jeopardize that connection. And I feel like you need that in your life. You need that person that loves you in that way. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me just see who's Spirit. I feel like in about 3 to 6 months, there will be a lot of changes coming your way. I feel like your life in some ways is going to get a bit of an overhaul. Even like within yourself, I feel like there's also some kind of like reinvention coming for you. So whether that's the way you dress or a new haircut or colouring your hair, I just feel like you're going to make a lot of changes within yourself and not just your life. Does that make sense for you? Are you feeling a bit flat or anything like you need to do that?
Yes, it's probably more so like on the healthier side. I'm planning on losing more weight.
Sorry, you're planning on what?
Losing more weight. I've been on a weight loss journey, so yeah. So I'm back on it. I just started back on it.
Yeah, okay, good. Because I see big changes for you within 3 to 6 months, okay? So you'll start to notice those. I do feel like when you do lose weight, you'll change other things about yourself, all right? You're really going to come out of yourself and you'll be more confident and more positive moving forward. You will also start to attract the kind of partners that, you know, deserve. You will have choices. I do feel like there'll be about 3 that will come your way that will be potential partners for you in a relationship. Have you been burnt in the past by, you know, anyone that hadn't been honest with you? Because I feel like this is a priority. This is like a deal breaker for you in a relationship.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I was with someone for 10 years and it was just a lot of chaos.
Yeah. Okay. And I feel like you've got to kind of lay your cards on the table pretty quickly. Not the first date kind of thing. We don't want to scare people away. But, you know, when you feel like things are starting to move in a positive direction and this is somebody you want to continue seeing, I feel like you have to, without being intimidating, kind of just let them know that you don't want more of the same, all right? Spirit are shutting doors from the past, okay? So if you create the new you, then new love interests will come your way because your energy will be vibrating higher, okay? So you will be attracting people that are aligning with you, that are worthy of you, okay? I do feel like you have some self-doubt and low self-esteem at the moment, but all of the changes that you make, all of that will assist you in feeling better about yourself, okay? I do feel like you've got a little group of friends that are very supportive of you. I feel like there's 3 in particular that are just encouraging you to just go out and just make those changes and kind of get what you deserve. Does that make sense for you?
It does. They're a big support system.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else there is. I'm also being told to tell you, don't commit to things without checking them out first. So if someone was to make a suggestion, whether it's a business investment or doing a course or whatever it might be, don't jump into things blindly, all right? If somebody's making a suggestion about a path or something, okay? I'm also being told that it's time for you to be on your spiritual path. Does that make sense for you, that you're heading in that direction now? I feel like you're at the beginning of it.
Kinda. I have like weird things like that happened to me. Like last night I woke up out my sleep and I was smelling like electrical fire. And I thought it was my home, but I later on found out it was my cousin. So I have weird things like that happen to me.
Yeah, okay, because that's spirit communicating with you through your dreams when you're sleeping, because that's when you're more open and receptive to hearing the messages, okay? So that's why they're giving me that you're just at the very beginning. So just start also being told to look around for signs. You know, you might start to notice more signs in the way of numbers and things like that, and just sort of see whatever number is coming up, to sort of see what that number means. Like 1111 is like a divine message that you're being looked after and protected at that time. So there can be all sorts of numbers that come up. So I'm just being told to just look out for signs. You might see, if you're wondering about something, you might see a billboard with a picture or, you know, things like that. So just start to just be more in tune with yourself. Maybe do little short bursts of meditation, like 5 minutes or something, where you're still, and just see what comes to you, all right? Just remember, the first message you get is a message from Spirit. After that, it's our own thoughts, you know, and judgments on ourselves. Okay. I helped you today, Jaleesa.
Thank you so much, Miss Mary.
You're very welcome. Take care of yourself and good luck with your love life, all right?
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody. That's another week of Understanding Spirit. Thank you to A1R Radio, Psychic Radio, and to Moonstruck TV. See you next week. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon, and thank you for joining me today. So I thought we would chat for a few minutes today about co-creating your reality with the universe. And we all have the ability to mold and shape our experiences in life to become more abundant and have more abundant, fulfilling experiences. You can work with your angels, your spirit guides, your higher self to bring in change. And I have done this for many years myself, and I can attest that you actually can do this. But first, let's go ahead and take a minute to go within, to get centered and do a really small, quick meditation. So you can go ahead and either close your eyes or just lower your gaze, but only if it's appropriate for you right now. No, not if you're operating any machinery, but going inward and focusing on your breath, and maybe just taking a deeper than normal breath and inhaling and exhaling. Just noticing what's on your mind right now without judging any thoughts, just witnessing them. Maybe scanning any area of your body that might feel tight or tense, and focusing your breath on that area. And as you inhale and exhale, you're just releasing more tension. And placing your attention on your heart, and just noticing anything that arises, what you're carrying in your heart today. Know that your heart has its own magnetic field, and this encompasses every cell of your body. It extends around your body for several feet. So go ahead and take a breath into your heart space, allowing this to help you feel harmony, balance, restorative energy, feeling every cell in your body becoming more balanced, and a sense of love and joy and peace within and all around you. And just know that this is who you truly are at your core. And you can help release anything that's not aligned with who you are. And know that this is going to help you to magnetize things to you, your heart's desires. There's this pure potentiality that exists in the universe. And it is this beautiful space that is perfect for you to manifest miracles in your own life. So breathing in the knowing that all is well. And you can repeat after me silently to yourself the 4 soul intentions: joyful, energetic body, alert, reflective mind, loving, compassionate heart, and lightness of being. And when you're ready, you can go ahead and open your eyes. Okay. And I hope everyone enjoyed that. So we're having a new moon this week. And new moon energy is good to work with, to help you manifest, to help you get in alignment, doing your new moon wishes, intentions. And so, if you're feeling stuck, you can use this energy to work on your mindset. We can't control a whole lot outside of ourselves, but we can always control our thoughts, our emotions, and this is going to help with our mindset. And will help change our external world. And so bringing up some affirmations on a regular basis is really good for you to do to change your mindset. Identify thoughts that you have that could be holding you back, release them, with maybe some breath work, breathing exercises, pranayama, or some, EFT or whatever really works for you. But it's also good to turn that around and turn it into an affirmation. So this new moon is in the sign of Capricorn, and now would be a good time to maybe set some goals for career for 2024. What is your current goal or intention right now? So you can write that down, and then you can turn it into an affirmation as it has already happened. And then you can repeat this affirmation several times a day. I've got this, some of this is coming from the Moonology Diary for 2024. So I like to go back and use that as just some examples. But you can write down some action steps too that you're going to take towards these goals or intentions. So what is something within the next 24 hours that you can do? So you can write that down. And then you can write down something for an action step for the week. And then as well for the month. And then with the affirmations are really helpful, especially if you speak them out loud and write them down as well. And it helps your mind to accept these truths and become truth in your mind. And some good examples that I like are, I joyfully and easily align with my heart's desires. I am aligning with easy ways to experience abundance. I welcome abundance in all forms. Life supports my heart's desires, and I am well taken care of. Now, abundance is available to us all because we are spiritual beings, and many people have been conditioned with a lack mindset when it comes to their own life, especially. So, but just to know that the universe is supporting us at all times. And it's not to say that this isn't work, because there is a lot of mindset work that can come with this. And sometimes there's a lot of shadow work, on this journey. Healing some things, releasing some things, that all plays a role, as well as, learning lessons and divine timing. Okay. But I really think that it is worth it. It makes all the difference in the world. Even if it takes a long time, it's still worth it. So I pulled some cards for us to get us messages about this. Okay. This is from Gabby Bernstein's Super Attractor deck. And then the first card I pulled is, I believe that I am worthy of feeling good. So we all have had experiences maybe growing up where it was implied that our feelings aren't really to be taken into consideration, not necessarily intentionally even. Sometimes it was, but if maybe you felt like the way your feelings didn't matter at times. And so this card is saying to know that you are worthy of feeling good, and it's not selfish to feel good. So some of you might want to explore that a little further if that relates to you, to help you release that mindset. And, self-worth is tied to abundance, to being open to receiving it. And again, abundance is in all forms. So love, joy, well-being, prosperity, finances, and all of that. Okay, so the next card is, when I am patient, I let the universe do for me what I cannot do for myself. So this is about allowing instead of resisting. What we resist persists, they say, and many things may need to fall into place. So it could take some time, like I was saying, before seeing things change in our lives. But it is important to know that the universe is working together for our good. Okay. All right, the next one is, I feel my way into faith one step at a time. So it can be way too overwhelming to think of everything that you might have to do or that you need to do, or you don't know how to do it and all of that. So one thing at a time, and just know that you are not doing it alone, that you do always have help. Okay. The next one is, when I connect to the spiritual realm, I open the door to receive divine guidance, clear direction, and great wisdom. So go ahead and take a moment daily, or as often as you can, to connect with your spirit team. They are always there, but you have free will. So it is up to you to make that choice, to build that relationship and build those intuitive muscles up. Okay, the next card is, I am in awe of the magnificent guidance that's available to me. So again, choosing to connect. Once you choose to connect and build that relationship, sometimes spirit and the universe can just blow your mind with the answers that come through, with the divine intervention, the wisdom, the healing. It's a beautiful thing to build that connection. And this is all a part of changing that mindset and being connected to spirit and being able to make those intuitive choices for yourself. And then when I surrender my will to the universe and spirit, I attune my energy with an ever-present stream of well-being. I really love this one because that stream of well-being is always available to us to tap into and get that healing and get that serenity and that peace that we need, that we might not be able to get on our own. And it's always ever present, loving, beautiful energy that is always there for us if we just tap into. And just as a reminder, I am offering some personal 2024 readings for you. If you would like to take a look at that, it is available at stan.store/mediumandrea. And this is going to be taking a look at your career, your finances, and guidance for those, your relationships, and your well-being. And again, if you'd like to take a look at that, those are there. Okay. But yeah, let's see, I lost my place real quick. But yeah, you can only kind of change what is happening when you change your thoughts, when they're in alignment with your emotional self and the state of your body and your heart center. And so I just wanted to bring this reading in for you guys and help you maybe think about doing some manifesting work. And if you would like to check out any of my socials, I'm on TikTok at Mind Body Nourish, and Facebook and Instagram is at Medium Andrea, I think, Medium Andrea Bacon, Facebook and Instagram. where a lot of times I post readings during the day about guidance for your daily routine. Thank you. Have a great week, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Sessions with Spirit with Gene Rose. Live from Facebook.com/Tarot Readings by Gene Rose. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Sessions with Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. How is everyone doing this evening? Oh my goodness. Guys, this is the second show that we are doing. I am so excited. As always, we are going to be kicking off this evening's program with a question from one of my followers. Yes. So before we get to the callers, we will be doing a couple of readings. The first one is from Kristen in Maine. And she asked, will my relationship find healing? So let's see. I love when they shuffle like that. Oh my goodness. So Kristen, the answer is yes. However, I do feel as though it's going to take some time for sure. Reason being is the first card was the Ten of Swords. Past hurts and past betrayals are definitely playing a part in things. The first card, the Ten of Swords, like I said, can refer to disappointments, betrayals. Remember, the sword suit does also refer to conflict. So conflict, drama, things of that nature. Thankfully, because it is a 10, it does refer to a situation coming full circle and stability coming from that outcome specifically. Reason why I say that is because your second card was the Knight of Pentacles. That's going to talk about movement and progress towards stability. The third card was the Seven of Cups. Seven of Cups is all about patterns. Patterns, cycles, things happening over and over. It's going to be up to the two of you to get on the same page and stop fighting about the same things. Yeah, really. The fourth card is going to be the Lovers. The Lovers card is going to refer to like synergy, harmony. Fantastic and a card to receive, and especially in the context of a love reading. But then also your final card was the Two of Wands. The Two of Wands is going to refer to putting a plan together. And really, that's what the two of you need to do. You know, not start from scratch, but definitely create a plan, especially one in regards to reconnecting. Okay? Guys, I think it's about time we take a caller. Okay? Who do we have? Lisa. Lisa, welcome. My name is James. How are you doing this evening?
Hello. Good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. What would you like to read on?
I want to see if I'm going to find a soulmate.
Okay.
Happy New Moon.
Happy New Moon. And it's in Aquarius, too. Yes. It's the 111 portal. So overall, you are getting a yes. So it is going to be a situation where love finds you. You do not find love. Does that make sense?
I guess.
What I mean by that is instead of you going out and looking for a partner, that partner is instead going to find you.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, the first card was the Eight of Pentacles, which refers to things coming to fruition. That's an excellent card to receive. Reason being is because it's all about things coming to fruition, things manifesting, things happening. Second card was the Seven of Swords. That card thankfully fell reversed, so you're no longer going to be self-sabotaging. Instead, you're going to be embracing those opportunities where love can be. And then the third card, this one got me really excited. It was the Nine of Pentacles, and that refers to the start of long-term stability. So it's definitely going to be a long-term connection. It's not going to be like poof, gone, over.
Wow.
Yeah. So you definitely have some fantastic things ahead.
Wow. Do you know approximately like within how long?
I would say 6 months to a year.
Okay, great. And I don't know the person, do I?
No, you do not. This is a completely new person.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. You have a wonderful evening, and thank you for calling in. I do appreciate it.
I appreciate it too. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
No problem. Bye-bye. Guys, that was awesome. Another reading knocked out of the park. Oh, my goodness. Why don't we do another question from one of my followers, okay? This one is going to be anonymous. It says, or they ask, do the next 3 months look positive for me? Okay, so the overall answer is an overwhelming yes, which is a great news, of course. The first card was the Four of Wands, which is going to refer to stability and foundation. Definitely do not overthink things or overdo things. Reason why I say this, because your second card was the Nine of Cups. Sometimes that can refer to overthinking things, especially with the cups being the emotion suit. The third card was the Two of Wands. That has to do with making a plan or putting a plan together. The fourth card was the Nine of Cups. That can refer to a little bit of confusion or chaos. Definitely see it more as chaos. In fact, I'll pull an extra card. The extra card was the World. That refers to opportunities coming about. So you definitely have some fantastic things coming up down the line. It's just a matter of those situations coming to light. Your last card was all about illumination. So like I said before, definitely going to be a situation where you have some fantastic things coming up for you. Okay? Next, we are going to read for Jeannie, and she is in Brooklyn. Oh my gosh. Hi, Jeannie. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for asking. How was your New Year's?
Thank you. I'm sorry, what?
How was your New Year's?
Oh, it was very peaceful. I brought in the New Year's peaceful.
Oh, how nice. Oh my gosh, what a fantastic way to bring the New Year's in. That's the way to do it. Peaceful, yes. Love, what are we reading on tonight?
Love life.
The what?
My love life.
Your love life, okay. Are you currently single or are you taken?
Single.
Okay. I do see an unexpected opportunity for love. For some reason, I want to say that it's somebody that you know.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah, Jeannie, it's going to be somebody that you know. The reason why I say that is because your first card was the Ace of Wands, and I love anytime aces drop in a reading, only because they refer to unexpected happenings. Depending upon the suit, that's what kind of unexpected happening is about to unfold. So, for instance, with the Wand suit, it talks about unexpected opportunities. With the Cup suit, that's going to be unexpected blessings. So they're awesome cards to receive, regardless as to whatever suit they are from. That was your first card. The second card was the Hermit. That's going to refer to finding light at the end of the tunnel. So that is another wonderful card to receive. It's also a card about transformation or change. So just how you're single now, you won't be for long. Okay, third card was the Four of Wands. That card refers to foundation, stability. It also can be a card that refers to home. That's why I said I feel as though it's going to be someone who's close to home instead of someone who is new because of that card. Does that make sense so far, Jeannie?
Yes.
Awesome. The Queen of Pentacles was your fourth card. That is going to be all about a gain. Yes, it's definitely going to be somebody who brings stability to your life, somebody who makes you feel grounded and balanced. The final card was Death. Now, I realize with that card, I will say the name of the card and people automatically gasp because they're like, oh, Death, like, oh my gosh. No, it's actually one of the more beautiful cards in the tarot deck. And the reason why is because it refers to a rebirth, the ending of one chapter and the beautiful beginning of a new one. So that's really important to sort of take sight of and really realize that's something you want to embrace. I did go ahead and pull a couple of extra cards for you. And the first one was the Knight of Wands. Now, the wand suit does correspond to passion. So it's definitely going to be a fiery connection. Your next card was the Three of Cups. I feel as though your first date will be at either a restaurant or a bar. And then your last card was the Queen of Swords. That's going to refer to being logical. Essentially, do not let the past experiences define both the present as well as the future.
Okay, that sounds great.
Right? Oh my gosh, like I said, definitely have that special someone coming up. It's just a matter of them running, you guys basically running into each other according to divine timing.
Okay, that's funny because you said someone I already know, which
yes,
kind of in a situation like that now.
Are you really? Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Yes, so there's your confirmation for sure.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And then don't forget, now we are out of Mercury retrograde. That ended on January 1st. So it'll be a lot easier to communicate. A lot easier to communicate. So look forward to that. I think things will. I'm going to pull a couple extra. No problem, Jeannie. If you don't mind, I'll pull a couple extra cards for you just to see if we can get a little bit more in regards to timing. The first one was my favorite, the Queen of Wands. I actually have this card tattooed on my hand. It is an epic card. It refers to a woman who has not only gone through a lot, but also continuously had bricks thrown at her. She turns around and she uses those bricks to build her foundation. So that's epically important. It's also a card about resiliency, strength, another card about that passion and that creativity, but it's also about fortitude. So marching on. The next card was the Nine of Pentacles. That's going to refer to the start of long-term stability. So again, a connection that has that long-term potential. And then that final card was the Eight of Cups. That's going to refer to letting go of anything that is no longer serving you, including experiences or people.
That's amazing. That everything is like right on place. Like it's perfect. It's really confirmation of what I already had thoughts of.
I'm glad. I'm glad I was able to give you that confirmation. That's really important. You know, sometimes we need that from spirit, just to know that, number one, we're moving in the right direction. And especially with any situation that's new, that's always another good time to get that confirmation from spirit. Because you don't want to be, number one, wasting your time or like spinning your wheels like you're on a hamster. You don't want to do that. You know, so just at least having that confirmation that, you know, you're moving not just in the right direction, but also with the right person. So that's a added bonus for sure.
Definitely.
Yes. Jeannie, I wish you much luck. Please feel free to follow me on Facebook. My page is Tarot Readings by Jean Rose. I would love to be able to read for you again.
Yes, I would love that as well. You are amazing.
Oh, thank you, Jeannie. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful night. Do you have any plans for this weekend? Oh, no problem. Do you have any plans for this weekend?
I actually was supposed to go to a basketball game, but it got rescheduled. So, yeah, everything is up in the air right now.
Oh, my gosh. Well, maybe take the weekend for self-care. That would be good.
Yes.
That would be good. And by the way, your energy is amazing. I'm an energy person. You are amazing.
Oh, thank you, love. I truly appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh, no problem. It was my pleasure.
Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Bye, Jeannie.
Bye.
Bye. Aw, that was amazing, guys. We have one more question from one of my followers. I'm just going to pick these cards up. Did you guys know that tarot decks actually get tired? Yes, that's why when I do the show or I go live, I use a multitude of decks so I can easily just switch out if a deck gets tired. Yeah. Okay, so the first one is, or last one, excuse me, is Lori, and she is from Winchester, Virginia. She would like to know, will things work out okay for my daughter? Let's see. Okay, Lori. I definitely see the stress that it's been causing you because your third card was the Nine of Swords, and that card is all about mental anguish. It's about mental anguish. It's about stress. It's also about worry, fear, doubt. The imagery is a bit stark, but I'm going to show you just because I want you to get an understanding for the card. It's that insomnia, that's up all night, that tossing, that turning, that restlessness. That's what that card symbolizes. With it falling in the middle, it kind of aligns to that old saying, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. So that's the crux of where you are right now. That's the base. The very first card of the reading was the Queen of Swords. You definitely want to stick to the more logical side of things rather than the conflict or the drama. That's something you want to stay away from, especially with your second card being the King of Cups. That card is going to be all about kind of that manipulation. Do not let her manipulate you, especially with her words. Be mindful of what she says and making sure she follows it through with action. That's going to be of the utmost importance. The fourth card was the Sun, so that is some good news. I always like to describe the Sun as a power card. It's kind of like the Ten of Cups on steroids. It really is. And the reason being is because it refers to contentment, joy, happiness, a situation coming full circle, or coming to fruition. It also refers to a hardcore success. So many wonderful things. And then your final card was the Knight of Wands. The Knight of Wands is going to refer to movement and progress towards opportunities. That is going to be key. And the reason why I say that, and I'm going to pull one more card. Yes, that extra card was the Hermit, and that's going to refer to light at the end of the tunnel. It is going to take some time for things to work out. She is going to have to go through some things, unfortunately face the consequences of things that she's done or been doing, and that's going to be important. And then that harmony will come back into play. Okay, guys, thank you all so much for submitting those questions. I truly appreciate that. Next week, of course, I will be asking for more. You guys can follow me, and especially if you like my style of reading, and you would like to schedule a private session, I do offer tarot readings as well as evidential mediumship. Evidential mediumship is a little bit more than just mediumship. It goes into the details of that person, what they look like, what they were like, what their personality was like, if they had a distinct laugh. It's very, very detailed. They're beautiful sessions, beautiful sessions. Usually my busiest time of year for them is around the thinning of the veil, which is in late October. Yes, but I do them year round, right? Spirit is always with us, not just in October. So you can, like I said, contact me and book a private session. Absolutely. I do also offer oracle card readings as well, including past life readings. Yes, I'm kind of Gina all trades, master of all, right? We're not a Jack, so we're not master of none. We're a Jean, so we're master of all, right? Guys, I want to thank you all so much for joining me this evening. I had an absolute blast, especially with the live callers. You know, it is such a blessing to be able to do this show. I can't tell you what it means to me to be reading in a different arena. It really does mean the world to me. And to be able to connect with my clients, my followers, and then also new people as well. It's just been such a blessing. It really has. So I really hope that you guys take a chance on me, contact me. Definitely let's set something up. I have some wonderful specials for January. In fact, let's go over them now. My first one is 45 minutes of mediumship, and that is on sale for only $100. That is a steal because normally I do not even offer a 45-minute session. Usually it's either 30 minutes or 60. So the fact that I'm offering a 45-minute session, definitely jump on it. And the fact that it's the price of the 30-minute session, all the more reason to jump at that opportunity. My other January special is going to be a 10-minute reading, and that is just for $15. So definitely, if you would like to get your feet wet with me, try a reading out. That's a wonderful place to start. It is, because you're not committing to a larger reading, you know, and it's just enough to get your feet wet, and it's a really enjoyable experience. A 10-minute reading is a fantastic reading. It is also a client favorite. It is. Another one of my client favorites is the Friday the 13th special. That one is also very popular. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Friday the 13th, the next one that we have one of those, because I'll be dropping that special. I do try to drop specials on a monthly basis. Reason being is I want to keep myself accessible to people. I realize that tarot readings are a bit of a luxury. And especially with today's economy, things can be a little bit difficult to swing. So that's why I offer the specials. My last special is going to be on finding out what your theme for 2024 is. And that reading is just $24. Normally that would be a $45 reading. So guys, definitely snatch those specials up. They are at some great sale prices. Definitely book them now, okay? Right now, I am actually booking for March. Yes, end of March, beginning of April. But I do keep a few spots open for emergencies as well as specials. So I do have little clusters here and there where I'll have some open slots where I can just kind of throw people in. So I do, like I said, try to keep myself accessible to people. That was my number one thing. I always say that the day I'm not accessible is the day I walk away, but also the day that I don't get enamored with spirit and get excited when I do my readings and when people confirm the messages that spirit is giving, that's the day I retire as well. Because I love being so emotionally involved in my readings. I really do. They bring something private and special to the table that I think is not always seen and offered, which is kind of sad to me because readings are so private and so intimate. They should be a shared experience, and they are one to give insight, peace, as well as healing. So they're definitely worth it. They are. I realize they're a luxury, but they can bring healing. So they're definitely worth it, as I said. Guys, don't forget, like I said before, you can follow me at Tarot Readings by Jean Rose. That is a Facebook page. Feel free to follow me there. Shoot me a message. We can discuss your needs for a reading or whatever concerns you have. Like I said before, I offer both tarot readings and mediumship sessions. So definitely contact me today to book your private appointment. I would love to work with you. I really would. Guys, I've been reading online for about 10 years. I have been reading before that, so I don't want you to think I've only been reading for 10 years. Like I said, I've been reading way before that. I just don't like to say exactly when because we don't want to give out our age, right? A lady never reveals her age. But yes, like I said, I've been reading for a hot minute and I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. I love cards. I think I'm up to 259 decks. Yes, it's kind of crazy. I have them everywhere. The bookcase behind me, just everywhere. And then on top of like the 10 decks I have on my desk, it's a wild ride, but I love it. I really do. Seasons of the Witch will actually be releasing another deck come May. I am so excited. They will be releasing Litha. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. I cannot wait. Oh my goodness. I have all these sister decks. And guys, I'm a tarot chick. Hands down, I'm an absolute tarot chick. So for me to fall in love with oracle cards the way I have with Seasons of the Witch, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. The decks are beautiful. They really are. They truly are. I have Salwyn, I have Beltane, I have Mabon, I have Imbolc, I have Yule, I have all of them. All of them that have been released thus far, I have. Yes, like I said, I am a sucker for those decks. I really am. They're just gorgeous. In fact, just even the latest one, the Imbolc one that was released the beginning of November of last year, that one is blue. I'm thinking they're going to make Litha purple. I'm thinking, just as you know, the fifth element is spirit, and that color is purple. So I don't know, fingers crossed. We'll see. We shall see. But guys, like I said before, follow me. Make sure your notifications are set to include my page as favorites. That way you never miss a live. I do go live Friday mornings, so I will be live tomorrow morning at 7:15. That is on Eastern Standard Time. Definitely join me. I will be offering live specials as well as free 3 card readings. Yes, we have a blast. It's coffee and cards, baby. Absolutely. Oh my gosh, we have an absolute blast. It's party time, right? It is. We do. And again, yes, I do go live with about 10 decks. I do. Guys, like I said, you got to keep it moving. And plus, not for nothing, when you have as many decks as I do, I like to appreciate them. So I keep them on a constant rotation. I do. So it's not, they don't stay stagnant, The last thing I want to do is 4 decks. As nice as that would be, I wouldn't, the logistics of it. But I try to stay organized. I do. And then, like I said, that's why I keep them on a constant rotation. It's important for me to also let the decks breathe. That's very important too, because they need to be able to work as well. And decks will let you know when they're tired. That's why, like I said before, I go live with so many decks, because I need to be able to switch out on a whim. Yeah. Guys, this has been so enjoyable this evening. Thank you all so much for joining me and tuning in again for my second broadcast. I truly appreciate you all. Thank you all so much. Thank you to my live callers. Thank you both so much for letting me read you. And to, of course, the followers that questions we answered this evening. Thank you to them as well. Guys, again, my name is Jean Rose. You can follow me at Tarot Readings by Jean Rose. I wish you all a wonderful night. Thank you again for joining me. This was an absolute blast. I definitely treasured our time together. So thank you so much. Thank you.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, it's Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, and that means it's time for the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, Enlightening TV, and a bunch of other places. We're still the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. So we're delighted to have you here today on our program. Our program is about dispelling the skeptics. And so that's what we try to do, and try to get people to get in tune with their psychic abilities. And this month, because it's January, we're going around to many different psychics that I know, the great ones only. And we are talking to people that we respect a great deal, or I respect a great deal. There's a lot of them out there, but I have a chosen few this month. This month, I'm calling upon my friends and people I know to give me their predictions. And I'm holding mine back. If you want to hear my predictions, wait till the end of the month, or I'll be hopefully producing this YouTube. I'm still debating whether or not I'm going to do that. But I did a YouTube with Anne-Marie Touchette. She was fantastic. I've just been a little bit hesitant because one lady left the group after mine. But I want to introduce you today to Lana Johnson. She's a wonderful psychic medium. She lives in East Texas, and she's been doing this for quite a long time. And so I'd like to welcome Lana to our program. Hi, Lana. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good. What I've been doing is I've been kind of turning the program over to people and letting them speak. And I can't tell you, I won't interrupt a little bit just to get some clarification. But I'd like to turn things over to you for the next 20, 25 minutes or so. And then I'm going to write it down, and this is going to be all on video. So I know that so we're going to hold you to it. So I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to you. What do you see for this year, and what advice do you have for people? So I'm going to turn things over to you. Go ahead.
Well, this year, it's going to be a hard year, I think. Even though in numerology, it's an 8 year, so it should be about abundance. And I think it will be for some people. But I felt like the whole year would have warlike energy. Like everyone's going to be on heightened alert, And I keep hearing people talk about civil war. And I kind of feel like we're already in something like that, not like what people think war is. But I do think that Texas, especially, and they have done some of this, change the laws and do some things that the federal government's not supporting. I think that will continue for the border. I think we have issues going on in the border, and I think that we're trying to stop some of that, and we're going to have a lot of that going on all year, especially our governor and going against some of the federal laws. And I do think that we're going to have issues with our schools being overcrowded this year, teacher shortages, stuff like that. I don't know about where y'all live, but the kids only go to school Monday through Thursday. They're off on Fridays. And the kids like it. I think it's great personally. But I think we're going to see a lot more of that, having more days off and stuff like that because of overcrowding and testing and just problems in the school regardless. I see lots of issues coming with people being on high alert, like they're worried and they're insecure and they're just constantly waiting for the next shoe to drop, right? So that creates a lot of social issues, a lot of problems, because then, if it's just like if someone looks at you the wrong way, there's more negative energy coming that way. So I would tell people, stay calm this year. No matter what happens, let's just remember that we need to stay calm until we have all the facts and understand what's really going on. And so I do see, and I've said this for several years and it hadn't happened, but I'm seeing it this year, and that's them changing our money. And I've thought that they would change our money sooner, but I do see it this year. I went to get on Coinbase myself and buy some money, take some money out, and they wouldn't let me do it till I bought the digital dollar. And that's the only way I could do it. So I do think that that's coming in, and people will have to be using the digital dollar to pay, some of their payments with, and it's going to eventually just change how we deal with money anyway. And I think that the politicians will use that maybe for the election, and the fact that people can't get paid under the table. There won't be cash under the table. And so it sounds good, and it's going to create more problems. And it's also going to be an easier way to trace money, how people spend it, what they do with it, that kind of thing. And I personally don't like the idea, but I think we're headed that way and I don't have a choice. And so, and it's going to be based on Bitcoin. Then I see the market going up and down. I don't really see it just plunging and falling, but I do think that people are going to lose a lot of money sometimes in some of their investments. And I see the market just being really high and low. And
and they call it volatile.
Yeah.
Volatile.
It is. It's going to be crazy this year. And just up and down. And we're not going to be able to do anything about it, right? So be careful with your investments. And I see people losing savings for some reason. I don't know why, but I kept feeling like, you remember when we had Enron? People lost a lot. And it's kind of that feel for me, like people's going to lose. Some companies going under. And I felt like a lot of money was going to be lost. And so it's kind of like turning the wheel to some degree. A lot of people's going to lose some money. So then I see, I see the banking industry changing, and I've already seen it. So I was a banker for many, many years, and a lot of my friends who are bankers have gotten laid off this year. And I've had a lot of my clients have called me, they're CEOs and CFOs, and they've all gotten laid off this year from big cushy jobs they've always had.
Yeah.
And
Capital One is closing all of their physical locations in this area, and they're going to ATMs. So,
and I see that going everywhere, and people don't know what to do. And you know how we always get the sign-on bonus, or we were getting sign-on bonuses for jobs. I think now they're going to offer you, instead of sign-on bonuses, they're going to offer you classes to keep up with technology, right? Because people's going to have to start learning how to keep up with all the technology coming in. AI has caused so many people to lose their jobs, and there's just lots of things happening. Banks are closing, stores are closing. I mean, I just read where one of the biggest food chains is kind of closing half their stores, right? And I do see a lot of that happening, and people not knowing what to do, what kind of work to do. But where I live in East Texas, and there's in Van, they have a little Facebook page, and we had a lot of snow and everything. And so, but the people on there is like, can I help you? Does anyone needs this? And some people would post what they need, and 10 people was like, I'll bring it to you. And so that's what I see happening more than anything, is communities pulling together to help each other, and communities really coming together to make things happen. And we're going to have to do that. But I see that happening.
Are we saying the economy is going to go down overall, or are we going to have a recession or anything like that?
Down. It's going down. We're already in the recession, I think.
Recession, okay.
Yeah, I think it's going down. But at the same time, I see lots of people going to do well, right? But there was people in the Depression that did well. So it's like, it depends on what you do and how you do it. Don't panic. That's the number one thing we need to remember, is not just to panic. And I see them changing our tax laws. Lots of tax laws coming in. I see a lot of changes in that too. And social groups. And this was interesting because when I was meditating, I saw this a lot. People changing their religious point of view, people changing their social points of view. They're really learning more spiritual ways to live. And, realizing they have to help each other in order to survive. And not being so focused on material things. Kind of getting past that.
We're moving more towards spirituality, but not organized religion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I see that. And I'll tell you something else I saw that I really liked. And remember the Beatles came in and everyone went crazy because everyone loved them, no matter what age you were, right? Mm-hmm. And they had a lot to talk about the social stuff going on. I think that's going to happen. I see a young group coming in and I see everyone loving them and them talking about social things and, and changing some of our values and our opinions too.
They're going to replace Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
Well, she's a hot music person right now. And she's still young, at least to me.
But I do see some changes like that. I'm not a music person. I know who she is, but I don't know.
Oh, you don't know Taylor Swift?
I don't know any of her music, but I know who she is. So if I see her, I'd probably know who she was. But yeah, fundamental religion's changing, way going from one end to the other. I do see that people's talking more about ETs and aliens, and I think we're going to get a lot of stuff come out about that. And it was funny because I even wondered if it would be like conversations like this, but talking about different types of ETs, not talking about just, is it possible? But yeah, they're possible, and there's this type and that type, and, watch out for this one, and this one's on your side, that kind of feel. As far as the weather, I saw crazy patterns in the weather. I do think that there's going to be lots of earthquakes, and I saw one in California, or I felt like it was California, and I'd be curious if I saw two actually in the States that I was concerned about. California, and the other one I kind of worried about was northern. And I wondered if it would be over Washington and going up into Canada, maybe.
Well, that's part of the Pacific Rim, isn't it? Where there's lots of volcanic.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to misspeak, but yeah, that it's probably due. I mean, because Japan and all of them, they're all on that kind of Pacific Rim of of these fault lines. So.
Well, I don't know the fault lines, but I saw it going, it looked more up north, like between the U.S. and Canada for me. Mm-hmm. And I felt like that one was going to probably be really bad too. And I don't know. I hope none of them happen.
Yeah, of course.
I hope we can just skip all that.
Well, when they have a volcano erupt, there's usually an earthquake that follows it, or vice versa, and so it's very, very possible. Yes.
Now, I do think some interesting things. I'm looking at all my little notes here. One thing is that, well, you know what a spirit box is, right?
Spirit box.
But I know. I don't know him personally, but I know people who do. And there's a man in Arizona that's trying to get a patent for a telephone where you can call spirit, right? And so I just laughed when I first heard that, but I'm really thinking that technology is coming in.
I'm going to lose my job.
That's what I'm thinking. Me too. We're both going to lose it. Yeah. Just pick up the phone and call mom, right? And I really think some kind of technology like that's coming in really strong and sooner than we think, where we'll be able to connect and people can no longer argue if it's possible, right? I see lots of young people really teaching spirituality in the world. And I saw someone sent me Matea, is that his name? I don't know his name, but he's a younger man, and he was really, really good. And I thought, oh, this is what I've been seeing. The younger ones coming in and really understanding the spirit realm. I mean, like being born with that understanding, right? And even my own grandkids, sometimes they're like, well, that's not nice, you know? And I just look at them because I'm seeing that they're more kinder, right? That some of the new generations more kinder. And it's almost like they understand technology when they're born and they understand kindness, right? So I think that's good. I like that whole idea. And I don't see people getting married.
No, they're not getting married anymore.
I mean, they kind of quit getting married, but like literally, I kind of would be curious if it's going to end altogether. You know, like people just don't do it. Or if they do, it's old school, right? And I see new laws about that too, you know, coming in, partnership laws and things like that. I do think these are exciting times, even though they're a little scary, you know, because every day it's urge of war, right? And but I do think that there's some exciting times. There's lots of new possibilities. If you were to live in the 1900s and someone told you that you could drive a car, and especially one that looked like that new truck, Tesla's new truck, you would just shake your head and never think it could happen, right? And so it's kind of like that. I see lots of things coming in that we can't even fathom, but it's going to be really exciting to live through. And
that's the Cybertruck.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. I think that we have to look at the good things, right? Those are the fun things, and not get caught up in the politics of every day and the war, right? So don't let yourself get, you know, caught up in all the negativity. You got to stay positive. But as for technology, this is the year. We're going to see advancements beyond advancements. And I see lots of new cures coming in. I do think that they're going to find a cure for mental illness in some way, some capacity. Maybe not all of mental illness, but, you know, the beginning. And I see...
I'm going to be cured.
Maybe, we all will. But I do see that there's going to be lots of cures for that kind of stuff, right?
Oh, well, that'd be wonderful. Yeah.
And this is what I saw in my dream state, and it was so bizarre. But, I mean, they're doing it, really, but not like I saw. You know, now if your child's, they can still do surgery while you're pregnant, right? Sometimes. And that's kind of what I saw, but I saw DNA testing while you were pregnant. And then if there was issues, they could go in there and change that DNA. And I don't think that's this year because I think that's way advanced, but I think we're headed that way, right? And
you think we're going to have cloning, or is it already here? Or
no, cloning's already here.
Yeah,
I think it's already here. I have a friend and her son. I don't know what he does. He just says, I splash genes. So he does something, yeah, he does something with the genes. And I didn't ask because I don't want to know.
You people in East Texas, I tell you.
I think no, they're in California.
Oh, they're in California. Well, that explains it.
But I think sometimes I don't want to know. It's better just, you know, not to know that kind of stuff. But I do see lots of cures for ADHD, anxiety, mental illness. And I also see a lot of health things coming in, like I heard it a few years ago about a med bed where you lay down and you be healed, right? And I didn't understand it then, still don't. But I do think that something like that's coming where we can, I don't see you laying down. I see you kind of walking between two things and you just stand there between these two barriers and healing takes place. And I thought, well, I need that now.
Yes. Well, I've said on the show several times, I do that cryotherapy, and you have to stand in a little box, and it's like 200 degrees below zero for minutes. And it's not the most pleasant thing, but afterwards we do get some benefit from it. So there's lots of new therapies out there.
Now, my friends own that, but I won't get in it because I am too scared.
Well, it's a little uncomfortable for a bit, but it's just cold air blowing on you. That's all.
Well, I already know this exists because I use it, but I do see more frequency machines coming in, frequencies and things being healed with frequencies and those kind of things.
Like scalar technology and yeah.
And it's been here for a long time, right? But I see it getting way more advanced and being able to be, even though I think it works, I think it's going to really work better. Like it's just going to explode in those areas.
Yeah, kind of like Star Trek when they get that little machine and it makes all that little noise and it scans the body and all that. So that's coming.
Yeah, so like if you just want to see the future, just look at that and the Jetsons and we've got it.
Very good, very good.
That's true. Because I do think that our cars are going that way, the way we move and we travel and everything. I think it's all going that way.
Mm-hmm.
When you see the Tesla truck, you can't help but think that, right?
Yeah, he came out today saying that if they don't give him more power, he's not going to bring all his new gadgets that he wants to Tesla. He's going to build them elsewhere. So we'll see. He's got Elon Musk has something in mind. So Lana, we don't have too much time left, and I have to just talk to you a little or ask you about the elephant in the room, and that is the election. Do you have any opinions on that? And if you're not finished giving your predictions, that's fine. We want those. But if you have any thoughts about that, I know that everyone would like to hear them.
I do have thoughts on that. For some reason, I really think it's going to get delayed, and I don't see Trump winning, and I don't see Biden winning. I think it's going to be someone we don't expect out of the blue, kind of. It's like, but I do think it will get postponed for some reason. I just don't see what that reason is. But I do think that we're, and I think it's going to be from flares or astrological, but I do think that grid's going to get hit. And parts of the whole world, not just us, but parts of the world be in darkness for a few days, right? And that may send people into some kind of fear. And that could be happened around the election. I don't know. I just think it's going to get delayed. I see a lot of violence around it, lots of violence, lots of arguments and disagreements and problems. And I do think that it's unfortunate, but I think we're going to have to just, not be so fearful about it and just know it's going to work out. But for some reason, I just don't think it's going to happen when it's supposed to. I keep thinking it's going to get delayed. Something's going to make it have to be put off a little.
So do you think maybe something like the mail-in ballots will have something to do with that, or some?
I don't. I felt like it was going to be bigger than that.
Bigger.
I do feel like it's bigger than that, and so I don't know why, but maybe it's because there's no electrical stuff working. I don't know, and I do think flares could be causing that.
Okay. Well, very good. Well, that's great. It sounds like, you're kind of in keeping with everybody else that has the program. And, even it's a preview of Anne Marie's prediction. She even brought up the DNA, and that's going to be on the YouTube that I produced. But I don't know if you get into astrology at all. Do you do astrology at all?
No.
Okay. Well, we're getting ready to get into a big change with Pluto going into Aquarius. And a lot of the things that you're talking are Aquarian-like. And it's just like no marriage, bohemian lifestyles, things like that. I think we say different words that we are familiar with, but it's very similar ways of thinking. Not anybody, including myself, as a preview. I can't tell you who's going to be the next president because I see everybody's charts. And I see a lot of oddities here, things that you just don't normally see.
Right.
And so it's going to be a fascinating time. But, the thing about psychics is I feel like we do have a little bit of an edge, and that's why people come to us, because a lot of times people come to us as people of last resort. And because they're at loose ends, they just can't see what's next. And we give them some insight. We give them a little bit of extra, information that they might not have, because we're detached as well. We're detached from their problems. It's hard to detach completely from what we're experiencing, but it's one of the values of going to the psychic. So, Lana, we're getting ready to wrap up. Can you tell people how to reach you, and if you have any upcoming events or anything like that? We'd like to hear a little bit more about your work and about how people can get in touch with you for a reading.
Well, it's my website. It's lanathemedium.com, and all my information's on there. I have no upcoming events at the moment. I'm going to Arizona for the Mineral and Rock Show. But yes, it's lanathemedium.com.
Well, very good. Well, we're delighted that you came on the program today. We're really happy that we got to hear what you have to say, and lots of interesting things, lots of similarities. I know that I'm doing things on a regional basis, kind of the Texas area, Oklahoma area, and but it's interesting that there's that train of thought, that trend, so to speak. But that's about it for us today here on the Psychic Side. I'd like to remind you to go to miraclesofjoy.net. They're our sponsors, and use their promo code 0223 on their website and get a 25% discount. Like me on Facebook if you don't mind, and visit my website if you want to read it. So that's it for us today here on the Psychic Side. I'm John Capello, and come back next week when we'll have Mary Beth Wood. She's going to be our psychic guest. Take care. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall's site on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Well, the New Year's in full swing, isn't it? People are still getting over their hangovers and getting used to their New Year's resolutions that they made. Some of them have already been broken and some have sort of been put on the back burner, and some of you are actively working on your New Year's resolutions. I like to look at the new year as being a time of renewal and opportunity and hope. I don't necessarily set resolutions or goals for myself anymore. I just try to be the very, very best person that I can be each and every single day of the year, whether it's New Year's Day or it's the last day of the year or anything in between. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is called the Page of Wands. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the court cards before we go into the actual meaning of the card. Now, a lot of people sort of say to me, look, I don't quite understand what a court card is. So the kings and queens are people over 25. The pages are girls and the knights are boys. Now, I know you might say, well, that seems funny. We don't see too many girls run. We've got a girl here and she's dressed up looking like a boy. Well, in the times when these cards were designed, that was how people dressed. So the general rule of thumb is a page is a girl and a knight is a boy. They're up to the age of 25. Now, let me be very clear on this. When you are a parent and you have a child, they will always be your child, and they will always come out in a tarot reading as a child, as a young person, as a male or a female, and they'll always come out as the page or the knight, even if they're 55, because in your eyes, they're still your child, they're still young. So I just want to clear that up before we start. So the Page of Wands is the card, young man up to the age of 25. He might have green to hazily, a woman up to the age of 25, green to hazily coloured eyes, mid-brown hair, blonde hair. The secondary meaning of this card is travel over land. Now, for many of us at the moment, we are still doing a little bit of travel for the holiday season. Many of us are back to work this week and sort of starting the new year off and sort of, full swing of, we're back into the new year, we're back into work, we're back into the grind. But for many of us, it's just a matter of travelling in our mind, that we may have a lot of things that we want to achieve this year or achieve this week or this month, and we're starting to sort of put the travel plans down or put the plan of action down. It doesn't always mean that we've physically got to travel over land. It means that we're travelling in our mind, we're travelling in our thoughts, we're travelling in many different directions. And this day and age where we do so much over our devices and our cell services and things like that, we do a lot of what I term as armchair travelling during a day. We can be here in Australia and broadcasting a show all around the world. So that's a form of travel over land, isn't it? Because it's going to many different locations. So look at it in a much broader sense, not just in the basic of travel over land or physically picking one foot up after the other and stomping over the ground or hopping in your car and driving a distance. It can be travel over land through our devices this day and age. So this is a really positive card to come out at the beginning of the year, because it means that we're starting to focus on what we need to be focusing on for the coming months in the early part of 2024. And it's got a nice ring to it, hasn't it? 2024 seems to have a nice flavour about it. So we're going to kick off the astrology for the week. We're still in the sign of Capricorn, so happy birthday to the late Capricorns that are celebrating a birthday this week. So the sun in Capricorn means for each and every one of the 12 signs that we all need to be focused on things that are important to us, things that are official. They may be government, they may be legal, they may be something in an official sort of sense. It weighs more heavily on Capricorns, Tauruses, Virgos, and the opposite sign of Cancer. They may have a little bit more to do with connected with official situations. It's a good time to sit down and look at your budget, isn't it? How much money you spent over the holiday season and how short of money you're going to be for the next few months while you repay those giant credit card debts for all that spending that you weren't going to do. But it's also a perfect time to sit down and look at all your utility bills, your insurance policies, anything that has an official nature, and make sure everything's up to the minute, you're getting the best deal, you're happy with the service provider. If not, now's the time to start shopping around and looking for change. We also have, in Capricorn at the moment, we have the sun sitting in Capricorn. It's making a nice aspect to it's making a flowing aspect to Uranus in Taurus. Now, Uranus in Taurus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected happenings. So what this means is the sun is making a really nice, pleasant aspect or a flowing aspect to Uranus. Now, Uranus is the planet of the unusual, the unexpected. Uranus likes to come in and tip everything upside down and say, well, you told me you didn't want that, so I removed it for you. And we usually think, oh, gee, I didn't really mean it in quite that way. I was just venting. I was just, talking out loud. So be very, very careful at what you sort of wish for, because Uranus is listening, and particularly if you're an earth sign or a Cancer, it's a time when things can get done. It's a time when you can really afford to dream big. You can afford to take a few chances, because quite often here with Uranus here, it can create something out of nothing. So it's the time to take that little bit of calculated gamble on something. If you've been applying for jobs, maybe stretch yourself out of that little bit of that comfort zone and apply for something that maybe you're not quite qualified for, but you think you've got the know-how and you're prepared to do the training to sort of live up to the situation or the job that's being offered. So take that gamble. You may just find it might just pay off. We also have Mars, the planet of action, is sitting in Capricorn at the moment. It has nothing to do with the sun, too far away. So Mars is the planet that makes us get out of bed of a morning. So we're going to start to hear, probably on a global sort of scale, more country leaders and things like that coming out with statements or making comments or talking about, wars in their own region or their own politics or their own this or their own that. There's going to be a lot of press conferences that are going to be held in the next week from government and officialdom around the world, and, people sort of saying, okay, well, this is what our plans are for our nation or our country this year. So there's going to be a lot of media activity, and a lot of it to most of us is going to be quite boring, but there'll be little nuggets in there that are quite interesting, like, the princess, the Queen of Denmark stepping down, and then, there's going to be a new reign there. That was a positive sort of spin on Mars in Capricorn. So we just need to be a little bit focused on the things that are going on around us. We also have Mars is also making a trine to Uranus in Taurus. So Mars here is the planet of action, as I said, and Uranus is the planet that can make things happen really quickly out of nowhere, can take things away from us quickly. So we need to be here very, very aware of the fact that Mars can sometimes get us a little bit angry. Mars can sort of ramp us up and sort of get all those juices flowing, that sometimes we don't necessarily approach a situation as calmly as what we should. And particularly when it's here with Uranus, even though it's a nice flowing sort of aspect, Uranus can sort of egg us on or goad us on a little bit and say, yeah, you can do it, you can do it, you can go in there and be forthright and be bossy. Sometimes the best approach is to go in a much calmer approach and you achieve more. So just be aware if you're sort of feeling as if your emotions are getting a little bit out of control, just sort of, count to 10, take a little bit of a step back, breathe a little bit, go and have a glass of water, do something, and then approach the situation in a more calm and rational sort of fashion. And you'll find then things will work out so much easier for you than what they would have previously. So we need to be sort of very aware of that, because Mars can be a little bit of a, not a prankster, but can sort of egg people on and sort of rev them up a little bit too much. Sometimes it's nice to come in a quieter sort of approach, but with determination and, showing people that you mean business, but you don't have to come in and rant and rave and, rattle the pots and pans. You can come in a nice demeanour and people take more notice of you in that way, I find. We have Mercury, the planet of communication, is conjunct or holding hands the moon. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication. It's a time when we want to sort of open up and talk about things. And with the moon, we know the moon's connected to emotional issues. Now, the moon moves very fast through the zodiac. It only stays in a sign for approximately 2.5 days. So when you get a conjunction like this with Mercury, it's saying to you for the next 24, 48 hours, be very, very careful of your communication. Don't go in half-cocked. Don't go in angry. If you need to have some serious conversations with somebody of an important nature, make sure you do it in a calm manner. Don't let your emotions run away with you. We're all driven by emotions. There's nobody on the planet that isn't driven by emotions one way or the other, whether they're positive or negative or even very calm emotions. We are emotional beings. Now, with it being in the planet of Sagittarius, it's saying, yes, we can find solutions here. Maybe we need to look a little bit further afield. Maybe we need to sort of stretch this right out and sort of ask the other person, well, do you have any ideas on how we can solve this situation? Or this is what's been troubling me. I want to know your thoughts, your views on things. Maybe we can sit down and have a chat about it. We can look at it. We can look at maybe trying to find a solution. And this goes to all the 12 signs. Yes, obviously it's going to affect the fire signs more, Sagittarius, Leo, and Aries, the opposite sign of Gemini. But it is basically affecting all the 12 signs, and it's saying for the next 24, 48 hours, be a little bit careful about your communication. Don't get on your high horse. Yes, it's great to be passionate, but be passionate in a controlled sort of way, and make sure that you've got your listening ears on, that you're listening to what the other person's got to say, because what they've got to say is also equally as important as what you've got to share as well. And then maybe through all of this, we can find some solutions. We can get some creative thinking happening. We can get some brilliant light bulb moments happening, and everybody's a winner then. So it's great for the creative process. It's great if you sort of feeling like you're being a little bit stuck lately and, can't get those first few words to the lyrics to the song or the poem that you're writing, or you can't get the painting started, or even get your creative processes happening on the computer. Sometimes it's hard to get creative. You've got to do something, and then you sit there and it's like, wow, my mind's gone blank. Sometimes just getting up, putting a piece of music on, going for a walk, doing some exercise and coming back makes it sort of much easier to come back and approach that, because communication will flow at the moment, but sometimes we need to take a step out of things or divert ourselves in another way so that when we come back to it, we've got a fresh set of eyes. So we still have Saturn sitting in the early stages of Pisces. So this is really difficult. It's been a mixed bag for Pisces. Some people are saying to me, I have a lot of Pisces clients and friends, and they're sort of saying to me, it's great that I've got the discipline, I've got the focus. Things are much easier in that way for me to, to remain focused and not wander off into my little Pisces dreamland and sort of, daydream out the window. But in other ways, it's limiting my creativity. So it's a matter of trying to find the balance with this. Yes, Saturn is coming in, and yes, he's trying to bring structure into your life, but he's certainly not trying to kill the creative juices or take away your creativity. He's trying to sort of just get you a little bit more organized, sort of saying, maybe get a planner, sort put your days down in, the things that you want to achieve down in blocks, and maybe try and stick to that so that it helps you structure or reorganize your life so that you get more done in the day. Don't look at it as Saturn coming in and wielding a big stick and saying you've been really naughty and you've got to be focused now and you've got to grow up and you've got to do this. It's not what it's about. It's about helping you achieve the most that you can achieve out of your life. So it's really, really interesting as the planets move around the zodiac. It's like a Polaroid photograph of up to the minute of where things are at the moment in the zodiac. And that's what I like to bring to you each and every week here on the show, the very latest Polaroid snapshot of, the universe and, what's happening in the universe at the moment. We're going to take our first call, which is Carolyn in Drucat in Massachusetts in the USA. Are you there, Caroline?
I am. Hello. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're very, very welcome, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you, Caroline?
Can I ask about somebody else, or does it have to be related to myself?
No, it doesn't have to be related to yourself at all, Caroline. Ask the question. All I ask is that you give me that person's first initial. You don't need to share with me their first name, but their first initial, so I make sure that I tune into them for you.
It's M.
Okay. So what's the question?
Is M, and the question is, will he find love?
Will he find love? Okay. Really, really interesting, because the first thing that they're sharing with me for your dear friend M is the fact that there's been a lot of endings, change and transformation. And I'm also going to say I think there's been a lot of heartache and pain. And I'm not just talking about in the love department. I'm talking about right across the board. So has it been a really difficult 2 or 3 years for them leading up to now?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm pleased to say that that's sort of all breaking up. It's like somebody's gone in with a jackhammer and broken up the concrete and we're throwing it in the trash. And that's wonderful, because once we can move this emotion on, and I'm not saying that Emma's held on to it. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying it's just the way it's been and they've had to work through this. That once this has moved along, then I feel that things are going to start to sort of open up. I'm starting to see a beautiful, sunny day. things are happening. Yes, they're going to find love. I wish I could say it was going to be this week. I'm sort of picking up around April, May, June. It's sort of as the weather's starting to get a little bit warmer where you are, that's when things start to blossom in their world. And it's good because the next person that comes in of a serious nature for them is the right one. It's somebody, it's like an extension of M. You know, they haven't really wanted anything out of the ordinary. All they've wanted is somebody that they could trust, somebody that they could love, and somebody that loves them as much as they love them. And, you know, that's not too much to ask for. You know, it should be a given. But for some people, it's a really difficult task to find that person that will give you what you need and what you deserve. You know, this person is a very giving person. And I feel that, you know, M's always sort of found themselves where they give. And there's hardly ever anything back in return, you know, or people take advantage of M's beautiful nature. And and it's heartbreaking, isn't it? You know, to sit back and watch such a giving person to be hurt so many times. Well, I'm pleased to say that I don't know that that's going to happen many more times in their life. It's sort of like they've gone through the karmic lessons, I think is the best way I can describe this, of what had to happen in their lives. And now we're at the end of that, and it's like now we can go into the wishing well and we can have only good things come towards M. And that's really lovely to see. So has M looking for another job too? Because I'm seeing sort of more money and more opportunity and just sort of everything in M's life is opening up this year.
He's talking about it a lot. He's evaluating and saying, how can I, and he just had this conversation with me. He said, how can I get more money? What am I doing? But the problem is, it's his schedule. That's what he loves because it allows him to be so free with his time. And that's what he doesn't want to have change. But he's also
I can
single.
Understand that.
So
but maybe the schedule doesn't necessarily have to be rigid or change. Maybe he will be willing to look at things in a slightly different way. You know what I mean? It's sort of like when you get a job that you really, really love, it doesn't become a chore. It's something you want to do. And that's what I'm seeing for M. You know, like there's more money coming in, there's more responsibility, there's more everything, but it's like he's excited to get out of bed and go to the job. You know, like it's sort of, it fits in with that being free and easy sort of thing. You know, maybe, you know, the reasons why he's hung on so much to wanting to be free and easy and to be able to do as he pleased, because so many other areas of his life, everybody else controlled him, and this was the one area he could control, if that makes sense. So now as life is evolving and changing and he meets the love of his life, things are going to change. His goals are going to change. Things that were important to him are going to change over the next few minutes too, you know, the next few months as well. So I hope that's helped M. Carolyn. That's where we've got to leave it. I've got to move on now to the next caller, which is Amanda in Bathurst in New Brunswick in Canada. Are you there, Amanda?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Happy New Year, sweetie. How can I help you today? Do you have a question?
I was hoping to connect with someone who's passed. I'm not sure if you do that.
Connect with?
Someone who's passed?
No guarantees. If you fire a question at me, if they want to chime in, they will. Because we have such limited time on the show, there's not, you know...
Sure.
They're just not on automatic speed dial, sweetie, unfortunately. So what's your question?
Oh, that's totally fine. Actually, what I was curious about is if my ex-boyfriend's brother will reach out to me.
Will accept you?
Reach out to me.
Oh, to reach out to you. Okay. So, right. The first initial symbolism that they're showing me from the other side is no, but I'm going to say that was very sort of vague and very wishy-washy, as if that was this precise second. I don't know that that's necessarily going to be the way it's going to be in time to come. I'm picking up about 3 or 4 months' time from now. I do actually feel she will make an attempt to reach out to you. It's really interesting because she's sitting on the fence about whether or not she should reach out to you or not, whether or not she's going to get the right sort of reaction. She's a very strong woman, isn't she? Very has a lot to say when she, you know.
His mother?
Pardon?
Do you mean his mother?
Well, I feel so because you said your ex's mother was the one that you were wondering whether or not she was going to reach out to you. Is that correct?
Oh, I had actually said brother, but no.
Oh, brother. Okay. Well, I got a female, so I got his mother.
Wow, that's interesting.
She was the one that was going to reach out to you. She feels she's got something to say.
It's bad.
Yeah, so that's interesting that she pushed in. I truly thought you said mother, and, you know, she came through with this message. So the brother, okay, let me tune into the brother. Look, I don't know that he wants to get involved in anything. He sort of, you know, he wants to flip-flop around and sort of, yeah, he likes you, and yeah, he's sort of sorry that things didn't work out, but he really doesn't want to get involved in anything. So I don't know that by choice that he would necessarily reach out. It's interesting because you've got a lot of spirit activity going on around you at the moment. It's like they're almost fighting to sort of get messages through to you, and it's not necessarily they're going to give them to me here on the show. But I think over the next couple of days you need to be aware of, you might get some very, very strong dreams, some dreams that mightn't make a lot of sense. Just know that that is directly coming from spirit, from people that have passed over, that have got something that they want to share with you or show you. And my suggestion would be, as much as you can, write it down to the best of your memory of what's happened during the dream state of the next night, over the night, for the next couple of weeks, because there will be some hidden nuggets in there of some directions for the future and helping you sort of guide your way through. So the person that you were hoping to connect with, was that a male?
Yeah.
They haven't given me any details other than they've given me a bunch of pink roses to give you, and I don't know what that means. Normally roses is just a token of their love, but to me this was sort of like, here, these are for her, these are for Amanda, give them to Amanda. So that's the message I'm passing on. So I hope that means something to you. You don't need to say elaborate on the show. What, sweetie?
Sorry, I didn't quite make out what you said. Say what to Amanda?
Well, they gave me, the male person gave me a bunch of pink roses and said, give these to Amanda. That was the message.
Give these to Amanda?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, so as I said, I'm not sure how to interpret that. Normally when they show me roses, you know, it's just sort of like their loving gestures, sort of to say, to let you know that they're loving and they're around. But this to me was very definite. Here's the bunch of roses, give them to Amanda. So that was the message. I didn't get anything else. So that's unfortunately all I can share with you, Amanda. That was the message from the other side, from the male person that was of interest. So unfortunately, sweetie, that's where we're going to have to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. But I know if you put your thinking cap on, that will have a very decisive message for you, that it's in some way a symbolism or some sort of hidden message that that particular person wants to share with you. So it's been a very interesting week around the world. You know, we've had a lot of people talking about the different wars and the different war zones, and I don't want to go into that. Wars make me very upset. But we've also had, you know, a lot of tragedy, a lot of loss, a lot of weather events. But one of the most important things that jumped out to me in the last 7 days was that the music industry lost one of its greatest performers, in my opinion. Most people don't know that this person was actually a great singer. Here in Australia, I don't think he ever had really a top number one hit here, but I can remember in a record store in the late 70s, flicking through the record selections, and I came across this particular album and I recognised the face and I thought, oh, that's so-and-so from a particular TV show. And I thought, look, I'll buy it anyway. Might be. Well, it turned out to be one of my favourite albums. For many, many people in the last week, we lost one of the greatest actors of all time, David Soul from Starsky and Hutch. And many of you will remember in the little red car with the white stripe down the side and the two people driving around like lunatics, you know, keeping the world safe. But David Soul was a beautiful singer and a consummate performer. I never got to see him live, unfortunately, which would have been lovely to do, but he has a beautiful voice. And, you know, to me, he was a beautiful soul, and he brought so much love and kindness. Yes, and in the US, he had a big hit called Don't Give Up on Us. And he also had Silver Lady. But my ultimate favourite was Going In With My Eyes Open. And I still have that original LP in my collection, and I quite often get it out and put it on the turntable. And I was really saddened to hear that David Soul had lost his battle with cancer. I know he was of an age where, you know, we can expect a few complications in our lives and maybe, you know, the end of our lives. But I think the world has lost a beautiful soul. So I'm going to leave you with Going In With My Eyes Open with David Soul. Until next week, bye for now.
Any question, you'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual